All right. Well, welcome everyone to the Carbon Negative Shot Summit. This is the first summit in what we hope is the beginning of a dialogue on all of the amazing work that the US government is doing on carbon removal. What we hope to do today is spotlight some of the work from an all-star cast of speakers, as well as situate that work within the broader industry and social context of the carbon removal field today. I'm Noah Deitch, and I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Carbon Management here at the Department of Energy, and will be your MC today. But I think there is no better person to open this session than the person who has literally written the book on carbon removal. And so without further ado, what I would like to do is turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Jen Wilcox. Jen, take us away.
Thank you so much, Noah, and hello, everybody. I'm Jennifer Wilcox, the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management for the Department of Energy. It's a great privilege to be giving the opening introduction for our Carbon Negative Shot Summit today. Today's summit is the third summit in DOE's Energy Earthshot series. The first two summits dealt with hydrogen and long duration storage, and they were great successes, each with more than 3,000 participants. Given the strong interest in understanding how DOE plans to achieve fundamental change in the carbon dioxide removal field and help grow new industries, I expect this summit to be no different and just as successful as our others. We must never lose sight of the fact that carbon removal is a critical technology to achieving our net zero greenhouse gas goals. In the early days, to assist in counterbalancing the truly hard to decarbonize sectors. And then after achieving net zero, to ultimately reverse the emissions of greenhouse gases that threaten the livability of our planet. This topic is so important that we'll be holding a second summit on CDR later this year, so stay tuned for that. This morning, our keynote speakers will give valuable insight onto the political, economic, and environmental justice implications of carbon removal. This afternoon, we'll delve into its technology and innovation aspects. I want to thank Secretary Granholm for her extraordinary leadership. She's done more to date to support carbon removal than any other energy secretary, and frankly, than any US cabinet official has in the history of our country. In early November of 2021, Secretary Granholm first announced the Earthshot series at the COP26 climate meeting in Glasgow. It was there in Scotland that DOE first announced its mission to push the cost of carbon dioxide removal to less than $100 per metric ton over the next decade. To do this, we said we'd focus on a short list of near-term areas where attention could make a real difference in the development of CDR technology. This list included careful carbon accounting for a broad set of CDR approaches, the deployment of near-term technologies through funding commercial scale demonstrations, the advancement of early stage CDR technologies through pilot programs to create the next generation of technology, and the advancement of tools to help in the monitoring, reporting, and verification of high quality storage. At the time of our announcement at COP, the task before DOE looked Herculean, but we remained confident. And I'm happy to say we've made progress on the 4 areas we targeted last November. And we've been able to make progress because later in that November, Congress gave us the opportunity of a lifetime by passing the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And I'd like to thank Senator Whitehouse, Representative Peters, and the other Congress members who in a bipartisan way supported the great challenge put forward by the Biden administration to achieve a net zero US economy by 2050 by passing the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And now law, the bipartisan infrastructure law, which President Biden signed on November 15th. It gives our department unprecedented resources, more than $12 billion for carbon management technology and infrastructure over a 5-year period. It is by far the largest investment to date in the world by a national government in carbon management. With this new funding, our carbon capture program can focus more attention on field and pilot scale projects, including front-end engineering and design investments for early demonstrations of America's most promising projects. This funding will create more pilot projects integrating carbon capture systems for industry as the demand intensifies for low carbon products like cement and steel. The funding will also allow us to build out the capacity for geologic storage of CO2, which will be essential for both carbon capture at point sources and the removal of CO2 from the atmosphere. We're currently working with the national labs to develop rigorous measurement, reporting, and verification tools to quantify net carbon removals. And our team is collaborating across the entire government with partners like the Departments of Agriculture, Interior, EPA, NOAA, and Commerce to build a roadmap to sustain multiple pathways for carbon removal that include direct air capture with chemicals, sustainable sourced biomass, increased carbon storage in soils and forests, and direct CO2 removal from oceans, which comes with the significant co-benefit of improving the health of our oceans and reducing ocean acidification. Again, this is the largest example of government support for carbon removal technology that the world has ever seen. In April, our office created a strategic vision, which I recommend everyone to read when you get a chance. The vision outlines the specifics of exactly how the US can advance carbon management in just and sustainable ways. Our team is also working with the Environmental Protection Agency to provide EPA and states with technical support to ensure that they have the resources and capabilities to issue safe and effective Class 6 permits for geologic storage. With this summit, DOE is reaching out to the thousands of people around the world interested in the department's decarbonization priorities. And it's an opportunity for you, our audience, to give us the feedback we need to make the billions of dollars we're spending more transformative and useful to carbon management stakeholders. You'll learn more today about the department's new carbon matchmaker tool and our new carbon management interactive diagram, highlighting our provisions and our funding opportunities. One of the main reasons we'll be holding a second summit on carbon removal later this year is to receive feedback from participants on how these two tools are working. So stay tuned for more information on this. Before we hear from Secretary Granholm, let me say that by the end of today, if there's one thing you should remember, it's that this administration, this department, are unwavering in our commitment to cutting carbon pollution from our nation's economy. And we will be unrelenting in our support of the innovators and creators who hold our collective futures in their hands as they develop these critical technologies. We've made promises that we aim to keep, and these promises are the reason that we're holding this summit today. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Noah Deitch, who will introduce Secretary Granholm. Noah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wilcox. It is a privilege to get to serve alongside you, and so much of the work that I get to see on carbon removal every day has benefited from your amazing teaching on this topic. And I'm excited to showcase that to everyone here who's able to join us for the summit today. I also want to echo what you mentioned about the Secretary's leadership. We'll hear from her in a minute. But I've had the privilege of talking to the Secretary about carbon removal long before it was a popular topic. And what I can tell you is her vision has been consistent in seeing the potential for how we do carbon removal well. So it is my privilege now to introduce Jennifer Granholm, the 16th Secretary of Energy and the second woman to lead the US Department of Energy. Under Secretary Granholm's leadership, the DOE is helping America achieve President Biden's goal of net zero carbon emissions by 2050 by advancing cutting-edge clean energy technologies and building an equitable, clean future for all Americans. With that, I will turn it over to Secretary Granholm.
Thanks so much, Noah, and hello, everyone. Great to have you at DOE's first ever Carbon Negative Shot Summit. I want to give special thanks to Dr. Jen Wilcox and Brad Crabtree, who've been leading the charge on carbon management at DOE. and to Dr. Jerry Richmond, our Undersecretary for Science and Innovation, who has assembled a superstar team to map out our entire Energy Earthshots series. And let me give a special shout out as well to our Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, to the Office of Science, to the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, ARPA-E, all the folks in our national labs. They've all been working tirelessly on this carbon negative shot since we launched it last November at COP26. We just feel in our bones that carbon dioxide removal is finally having its moment. And that's why we set this goal of slashing the cost of durable and scalable carbon dioxide removal to less than $100 per metric ton within a decade. And that would open the door for a wide range of strategies like capturing carbon from the air, locking it away in rocks, sequestering it in the soil, and harnessing the power of the ocean. When we launched the Carbon Negative Shot, our third in our Energy Earthshot series, we were responding to the realities of climate science. As the IPCC has said, and you all know, we can no longer meet our climate goals alone through lowering emissions. We have got to remove carbon from the atmosphere. And the urgency has only grown since November. In recent months, we've seen these devastating wildfires in Colorado and New Mexico, this historic flooding in Yellowstone National Park and in the Midwest, record heat in Texas and Tennessee, and that's just here in the US. It's happening obviously around the world. Carbon dioxide removal is key to restoring our climate. So these extreme weather events don't just keep getting worse, and so our communities can be safer and healthier. So let me first be clear. The Biden administration's focus on building out clean energy and cutting carbon pollution at the source is unwavering. Our priority, obviously, is preventing emissions from reaching the atmosphere in the first place, rather than taking those emissions back out. This isn't an excuse, obviously, to slow down the transition to clean energy, but the reality is that we need carbon dioxide removal to reach net zero, because we can't live without industries like steel, like cement, chemicals, aviation. We can't live without agriculture. They add emissions, though, that we just can't live with. We're working hard to decarbonize those sectors, but we need to offset their impact in the meantime and go beyond to repair the climate. So I'm sure you've seen the International Energy Agency is projecting that by 2030, we need to be locking away 1.15 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide each year. That is a huge amount. That is 30 times more carbon than we're managing around the world today. So to get there, we're going to need to back up the carbon negative shot with action. So far, the Department of Energy has directed $32 million in demonstration and deployment of direct air capture under this administration. We made $46 million available last month for carbon dioxide removal and carbon capture projects. We awarded $39 million through ARPA-E to universities and national labs and companies that'll develop clean building materials that remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. We are preparing to invest $3.5 billion for regional direct air capture hubs through President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. And of course, our aim isn't just to deploy carbon removal a lot sooner than expected. We also have to make sure that it is deployed responsibly. And that means ensuring durable storage. So once we take that pollution out of the atmosphere, it won't leak back out. And it means giving local communities, especially those who have been most impacted by climate change and pollution, giving them a seat at the decision-making table so they get to enjoy the benefits of this new industry. And it also means creating good-paying, high-quality jobs, including for fossil fuel workers who have the very skills that this industry is going to demand. But there's a missing ingredient to making all this work, and that's you. Whether you are a company or a state, tribal, or local government, maybe you're an advocate, you've been doing this work way longer than I've been serving as Secretary of Energy, and we need your partnership to seize this moment for carbon dioxide removal. So please join our workshops in the coming months. If you're an innovator, tell us about your next bright idea for a carbon removal strategy. If you represent a community, Tell us about your concerns and how you think we can build this industry equitably. If you're ready to grow your technology, if you want to see these projects break ground in your state, apply for our funding under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. And if you work internationally, let us know how the government could partner with other nations who want to develop this technology. And I know they want to. So this is an all hands on deck moment. And by working together, we can build an effective, vital industry. We can create new jobs, we can create economic opportunities, we can lift up communities who've been left behind, and we can and we will save our planet. So thank you and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Secretary Granholm. It's inspiring to hear those words from a leader who's been so committed to this field for so long. And in that spirit, we now have the privilege of hearing from two congressional lions when it comes to carbon removal. None of the work that we can do at the DOE or beyond is possible without congressional leadership. And today we get to hear from two of those leaders, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse and Congressman Scott Peters. I'm going to briefly introduce both of these pioneers on carbon removal legislation, and then we'll turn it over to each of them for remarks. So first, I'd like to introduce Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island. He has earned a reputation in the Senate as a fierce advocate and a thoughtful legislator capable of reaching across the aisle to achieve bipartisan solutions, carbon removal being one of them. Representing the Ocean State, Senator Whitehouse has played a critical role in crafting policies addressing climate change, environmental protection, and a price on carbon. He has worked to enact bipartisan measures to reduce carbon pollution and boost America's clean energy economy. Without further ado, I'd like to turn the floor over to Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Noah, very much. It's a great honor for me to follow Secretary Granholm. We served as attorneys general together, and I've been a fan of hers for a long time. Oh, there we go. It's a treat for me to follow Jennifer Granholm, who has been somebody I admired since we were attorneys general together, and to be sandwiched between her and Scott Peters, who's such a great leader in the House, is a real treat. Carbon dioxide removal is absolutely essential to climate success for the simple reason that we will blow the safety limit of 1.5 degrees. There's literally no chance of us meeting that. And once we've gone beyond it and are now in the danger zone, going to zero emissions doesn't help any longer. You're still in the danger zone. You've got to be able to haul the excess carbon dioxide back out of the atmosphere and treat what it is doing to the oceans. So carbon dioxide removal is critical to our success. It's an absolutely vital portfolio piece, and I'm really glad the Department of Energy is focused on it. Along with Senator Capito of West Virginia and others, I did the 45Q tax bill to kick off carbon capture, and that has proven, I think, to be a big success that has shown the viability of this industry. So it was a good opening bid. Senator Coons and I have a bill to make the US government a big buyer of captured carbon, which is another way to send a price signal into this market that will encourage development and innovation. Of course, at the end of the day, if you don't have a carbon price and it's free to pollute, you've handicapped yourself in terms of a proper market signal that will give the revenues necessary for innovation to really flourish. So at the end of the day, we got to keep our eyes on the prize, which is a proper price on carbon with a proper carbon border adjustment to make sure that we're not supporting cheaters around the world who aren't meeting our standards. In fact, we're putting pressure on them to come up to our standards. So that's the long-term goal. But in the meantime, developing this industry is critical, and the programs that the Department of Energy runs are really vital. I'd wrap up by saying that we should prioritize the different categories, and obviously direct air capture should be the highest priority. If all you're doing is removing carbon from smokestacks that are adding carbon to the atmosphere, you've got the same problem that you do of having blown the 1.5 degrees limit. You're mitigating the damage that you're adding, but you're not eliminating or reducing the levels. So direct air capture is absolutely critical and should be a top priority. It's obviously more expensive, so we need to make sure we're providing extra incentive for direct air capture compared to smokestack CDR. And to the extent we can avoid enhanced oil recovery as a part of this, we're better off, because all we do with enhanced oil recovery is put more fossil fuel emissions into the system, offsetting to a degree the CDR value in the first place. So direct air capture to me is the prize, and a robust carbon price with a strong carbon border adjustment to deploy it internationally is the ultimate strategy for achieving this globally. I'll close by saying I'm headed back I'm in Rhode Island right now, headed for Somerset, Massachusetts to join the president to make his announcements about an executive branch strategy to take on climate change in the wake of things falling apart in the Senate. I encourage everybody listening in the executive branch, this is your chance. Everybody's been held back in the hope and the expectation and the trust that there was going to be a Senate deal. We now know that that has not been vindicated, and I think it's well past time for the executive branch to be unchained and to go vigorously forward in all the areas of regulation at its disposal, in all the areas of litigation at its disposal, throughout the acquisition and purchasing system, and with a far more robust communication strategy about where we are on climate. And I hope that it gives all of you who are in the executive branch joy to be pursuing that unleashed strategy now that we have the road open ahead of us. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitehouse, and for your leadership, not just on the carbon removal front, but across the important climate work that we have to do across all of the different dimensions of this challenging puzzle. So next, I would like to introduce Congressman Scott Peters, who serves California's 52nd Congressional District and is the co-sponsor of carbon removal policies, including the Federal Carbon Dioxide Removal Leadership Act. This legislation builds on Representative Peters' long list of climate accomplishments, including passage of bipartisan legislation that incentivizes carbon utilization and direct air capture research to reduce CO2 emissions in the atmosphere. Without further ado, Congressman Peters.
Thanks, Noah. Can you hear me okay? All right, good. Thanks to Secretary Granholm and the Department of Energy for inviting me to speak with you all today. First of all, I mean, we should recognize the moment we're in. I do hope that we pass a reconciliation bill with historic climate investments. I'm going to go with Yogi Berra and say it's not over till it's over, because that package would be important for carbon removal and for climate action overall. But whatever happens, here we are stuck with each other, and we have to figure out how to advance additional climate policies together in the coming decades. I just note that this country has never solved any great problem, whether it's sending someone to the moon or winning a world war or fighting back a pandemic with the participation of just one political party. We're going to have to pursue bipartisanship. It's necessary for robust climate action that survives from election to election, and it's necessary for carbon removal. So as an example, last Congress, I think you referenced this, I introduced the Use It Act with my Republican friend from West Virginia. That's California and West Virginia working together on climate. The bill invests in carbon capture, direct air capture, and the development of pipelines for CO2. And with the support of industry, the bill passed during the Trump administration and is being implemented today. I heard the senator, I think direct air capture is the prize. I'm not as dismissive of efforts today to use carbon capture to make existing processes cleaner. We're going to be stuck with those processes for a long time, and I think we should take advantage of that in the interim. You know, things like EOR are not ideal, but it's better than not cleaning up today's energy. Last year, we passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, which included $3.5 billion for direct air capture hubs, and that's good news. In June, I introduced the Save Our Sequoias Act with Republican leader Kevin McCarthy to give land managers new resources and authorities to protect some of our most iconic natural carbon sinks. Bipartisan climate action is possible. And if we don't get Build Back Better across the finish line, or whatever we're calling it, we need to pass a bipartisan energy package, and important incentives like the 45Q tax credit are too vital to give up on. Today, the Department of Energy is working hard to implement funding from the infrastructure bill and new appropriations. They're studying new methods for carbon removal and better approaches to monitoring, reporting, and verification. And the private sector is also leading. Companies like Stripe and Shopify launched their own market for carbon removal. New startups are launching daily, finding creative ways to draw down pollution and provide co-benefits like removing hazardous fuels from our forests. Carbon removal is having a moment, and we need to accelerate the momentum. And as you all know, the most recent IPCC report stated unequivocally that carbon removal will be required for us to maintain a stable climate and to hit our numbers. We still have a long way to go. We need to advance new policies and regulations that are technology neutral and ambitious. Regarding technology neutrality, there are many ways to draw down carbon from the atmosphere, both engineered and natural. We shouldn't cut off nascent innovative technologies before they're given a chance to prove themselves. And simultaneously, we have to demand robust, transparent monitoring and verification. On ambition, carbon removal still needs significant support to move down the cost curve. So we need sustainable long-term markets for direct air capture and other carbon removal solutions. Earlier this year, I introduced the Federal Carbon Dioxide Removal Leadership Act with my colleague on Energy and Commerce, Congressman Tonko, to use federal procurement to invest in carbon removal solutions. Innovative financing tools like procurement and advanced market commitments could help drive public and private money toward those technologies. And as the world gets closer to exceeding our carbon budget, there's no silver bullet to solve the climate crisis. We have to double down on reducing new climate pollution and removing emissions from the atmosphere, wherever they're coming from. And we have to do both, because if we reduce emissions to zero, global warming will stop but not reverse. We have to reduce legacy emissions from the atmosphere to reverse warming. We have an opportunity to advance carbon removal solutions that can help address the climate crisis, create tens of thousands of new jobs across America, and provide community co-benefits. And I look forward to partnering with all of you on this important effort going forward. So thanks for having me today. And I look forward to a lot of work ahead. Whatever happens with reconciliation, we're on the clock.
Thank you so much, Congressman Peters and Senator Whitehouse. It's great to have your leadership on this topic, and none of the work that we do here at the administration would be possible without your leadership in making carbon removal happen in a bipartisan way.
Great.
So one of the other things is that we recognize that carbon removal is not just a challenge for the federal government to solve. This is going to be a challenge that involves stakeholders across state and local governments, as well as the private sector. To begin hearing from some of those state voices, I'm going to introduce our Assistant Secretary at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, Brad Crabtree. Brad brings nearly 3 decades of experience in energy and climate policy, including co-founding and directing a coalition of 90 organizations to advance carbon management technologies. That organization was instrumental in helping with the legislation that we've heard about from our past speakers. And we'll turn it over to him to introduce Kenneth Wagner, who serves as Oklahoma's Secretary of Energy and Environment. Brad, over to you.
Great. Thank you, Noah, and good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce and welcome my friend and colleague, Ken Wagner. Ken is Secretary of Energy and Environment in the state of Oklahoma. He is also a former senior advisor to the EPA administrator, so he brings both federal and state regulatory experience. We had the opportunity to participate together in a delegation to the United Arab Emirates and Belgium on carbon capture in the steel industry. And Ken took that experience and has ever since been a real leader on carbon management, rallying states together to engage in Washington, as well as to lead efforts in his own state. So Ken, we only have a few minutes here, so I want to jump right in so that the audience can hear some of your perspective. As you know, carbon dioxide removal and direct air capture specifically is unusual in that it enjoys really broad bipartisan support and backing from really significant conservatives in Congress, from energy producing states like Oklahoma or my own of North Dakota, as well as climate hawks in the Congress, such as Senator Whitehouse, who we just heard from. You represent a major energy producing state. You are a leader in both fossil and renewable energy. And again, it's a state with a very conservative political orientation, yet you and your Governor Kevin Stitt are supporters of carbon management, and you've actually worked directly to support carbon capture or direct air capture technology in your state. Tell us a little bit about why carbon removal and direct air capture specifically are a winner for a state like yours.
Well, thank you, Brad, and thank you to the Department of Energy. It's great to be here. So for us, first of all, I'm an environmental regulator, so any opportunity to improve our emissions profile and reduce, harmful effects of whatever that source is something that we want to investigate and hopefully deploy if it makes sense. We are a huge energy producing state. We use less than a third of the energy we produce, and about 70% of the power we generate. So we are always looking for ways to reduce that emissions profile. We're super proud that we've reduced carbon in the power sector by more than 2 times the national average because of our 50% renewable profile and the balancing agent of natural gas. We're very low coal utilization. So this, I think goes along with how we look at emissions generally. Can we use these technologies to do that? But then there's the added benefit of how it affects our economy and grows jobs and does things like that. So we see it both as an environmental driver and the opportunity to develop industries and continue Oklahoma's leadership as energy innovators. As you know, we have this national worldwide problem of growing energy demand and the urgent need to reduce carbon and emissions. So that's how we see it in Oklahoma.
Great, Ken. And kind of building on that, Oklahoma has had a significant oil and gas industry for many, many decades. One of the things that you and I have talked about is how energy industry expertise, capabilities, and experience, especially in the oil and gas industry, but not limited to the oil and gas industry, really, and also the workforce that you have, can translate well to carbon dioxide removal technologies and direct air capture specifically, as well as the CO2 transport and storage infrastructure that's needed to support those technologies. Talk about how this know-how, the capital in the industry, and the workforce that you have can contribute to the scale up of carbon dioxide removal and the opportunities that creates for a state like Oklahoma.
Well, you mentioned it in your lead up that we have done a pilot project on direct air capture. And I think that's, most people, when they think of Oklahoma, they don't think of direct air capture or these negative carbon removal technologies. But I will tell you that the direct air capture pilot that we did in Oklahoma is emblematic of why the oil and gas workforce is critical to these technologies. I got the privilege to see an actual working direct air capture unit start from its prototype, just a model on a desk, all the way through the entire engineering and fabrication to its ultimate shipping to Chile for the manufacture of synthetic fuels last month, or in June, I'm sorry. And so it was really eye-opening. But if you think about it, the technologies used for direct air capture, separation of molecules, vacuum, compression, liquefaction, molecule transportation, and pipelines, understanding the pore space necessary for deep geologic storage and how to mitigate seismicity are all things that we've done on a daily basis here in Oklahoma. And so we see this as a huge opportunity for our workforce to continue in the energy innovation space, but also the deployment of direct air capture. We have consistently the lowest cost of electricity in the United States. We have a ton of stranded renewable energy that, when the wind's blowing at night or the duck curve on a solar farm, a lot of wasted electrons that could be put to work, either for the production of hydrogen or certainly the running of direct air capture units. So we think that's an incredible opportunity for Oklahoma.
I appreciate you mentioning that, not only how you can build on your traditional industry, but the synergies with your rapidly growing renewable energy sector, especially wind. You mentioned a little bit about storage and pipelines. That actually is a good segue into the next question I have for you, which is, if we're going to make this work at climate scale, right, we need to be able to permit geologic storage, especially for direct air capture, bioenergy with carbon capture, and other types of carbon dioxide removal that rely on geologic storage. We're going to need geologic storage sites permitted essentially all over the country with ready access. So as projects develop, they have a place to store that CO2 that's captured from ambient air. Within DOE, we're estimating, and it's just an estimate, that we may need as many as 100 saline geologic storage wells by 2030, just with the development that's anticipated under the infrastructure bill and 45Q tax credit that's been discussed. This assumes a major expansion in permitting capacity beyond where we're at today. You are a regulator in Oklahoma today. You come from your experience as a senior official at EPA. You've been very, very active, both advocating to Congress and to EPA, but also supporting EPA and building out its regulatory capabilities in this arena, and urging Congress to provide more dollars to support that, as well as resources to the states so that the states can do their part in permitting. Share with us a little bit why this part of the equation is such a priority for you, and how EPA and states together can bolster through permitting efforts the development of this new industry.
That's right. And so, kudos to Congressman Peters and to Senator Whitehouse on the work that you largely helped with and the passage of 45Q. Well, with that advent and the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law, we're now seeing capital deployed and financial investment decisions made for these projects. And we think that the $12 billion of project infrastructure capital from the Department of Energy, for pilot scale and climate scale, demonstration projects is amazing. But most people don't realize that the Office of Groundwater Drinking Water at EPA, my colleagues whom I love dearly, aren't staffed appropriately to do the level of permitting that's necessary. And that's no fault of their own. They're very good at what they do. They are truly experts. But there's only 15 FTE in the entire nation that can work on a Class 6 deep geologic storage well permit at EPA. And they're not like a company that can go to deploy the capital and say we need to hire these people. They have to go to Congress. Right. And so we've been very supportive to help that. The other way that they can support that is by granting what we call primacy, an authorized and delegated program under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Oklahoma has classes 1 through 5. And we are in the process of beginning to seek Class 6 primacy, which would allow the state to work in conjunction under the supervision over the oversight, they call it, of EPA to actually do the permitting. And this happens across all environmental programs under the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, what have you. And only 2 states today have primacy. That's Wyoming and North Dakota. Louisiana, for instance, is in the late stages of getting there. Region 6 has something like 6 geologists. The Louisiana Department of Natural Resources, who will do the permitting under Class 6 in Louisiana, has, I think, 25. So if you put those 2 together, along with other states, you can really be a force multiplier on how you actually adjudicate these permits. And it's not about lessening protection. It's all about increasing protection, but getting these through to allow these climate initiatives to actually go out and do work in the world. Most people don't know that there's only one commercial Class 6 well that's operating. There've only been, I think, 4 permits, 6 permits in history. Only 2 have actually injected. So we need a lot of work in this way, and working together is the only way we can do it.
Ken, thank you so much. I think what you just said is so important. You know, often regulatory issues are a point of partisan disagreement and often federal and state conflict. And the fact that you're illustrating an opportunity where members of both political parties and states and the federal government are coming together around this need to beef up our capabilities. So thank you for your leadership, all your bipartisan efforts to support this technology, and really appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks for the opportunity, Brad, and thank you for your leadership and the work you're doing.
Take care, Ken. Thanks. Over to Noah.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. And let me echo his thanks, Ken. What I would like to do now is shift the conversation a little bit. Not only does carbon removal enjoy increasing support from political leaders in this administration, in Congress, and beyond, as we've seen so far today, but this administration has a wealth of expertise when it comes to the science and technical, as well as the environmental and justice implications of carbon removal technology. It is my privilege now to introduce the next two keynote speakers who are going to share some of that expertise and where this administration is coming from when it comes to carbon removal. The first of those keynotes is Dr. Co Barrett, who's a senior advisor for climate at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. She also currently serves as the vice chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, a role she has held since 2015. Co is widely recognized as an expert on climate policy, particularly on issues related to climate impacts and strategies to help society adapt to a changing world. So without further ado, Dr. Barrett, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Noah. Hi, everybody. I'm very happy to be with you today to help to set the stage for what I know will be a dynamic and productive summit. You know, when I was invited to give remarks, I knew this was one event I could not miss. These energy earthshots are precisely the actions climate experts have in mind when they tell us we need comprehensive and urgent climate action. Accelerating breakthroughs of more abundant, affordable, and reliable climate solutions within this decade is exactly what we need to accelerate our approach to slashing emissions and meeting climate targets. So thank you, DOE, and thanks to all of you for playing an important part in these solutions. So, you know, as I began distilling new findings that climate scientists have released over the last year, I found the job to be a little easier than I expected. You see the extreme heat that's gripping Europe right now, and the fact that 1/3 of Americans are right now living under excessive heat warnings or heat advisories, has the media doing a large part of my job for me. It's nearly impossible to have missed the headlines of how temperature records are being broken in the UK and the way that climate change is loading the weather dice against us, as my colleague Catherine Hayhoe put it on CNN last week. It's difficult to shake the image of fires erupting along the train tracks in North London, making it too dangerous for folks to make the usual commute. And these extreme events, these extreme weather events and events like these across the globe serve as a constant reminder that human-caused climate change is not a problem in the distant future. It is already here. Global average temperature has increased by 1.1 degrees C compared with pre-industrial levels. Many leaders, including President Biden, have vowed to limit total global warming to no more than 1.5 degrees C. That's the threshold beyond which scientists say the likelihood of catastrophic climate impacts increases significantly. But we are not currently on track to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. To do that, the IPCC tells us would require global GHG emissions to peak before 2025 and be reduced by about 40% by 2030. Methane, a short-lived but really potent greenhouse gas, to be reduced by about 1/3 over that same period. Rapid and deep greenhouse gas emissions reductions through the 2030s, the 2040s, the 2050s, with much of the momentum starting this decade. And all nations to hit net zero carbon dioxide emissions in the early 2050s. And this is so critical because the global average temperature will stabilize roughly when this milestone is surpassed. So unless there's immediate and extensive greenhouse gas emissions reductions, that temperature level, 1.5 degrees, is beyond our reach. Reaching these goals means we should already be implementing climate solutions across all sectors. And folks, as many have already said today, emissions reductions alone will not limit warming to the levels we seek. Nearly all of the climate scenarios that limit warming to 1.5 degrees C require the near-term deployment of carbon dioxide removal to offset hard-to-remove emissions and help us to reach net zero CO2. So taken together, we can start to see the approach we need to take if we hope to limit planetary warming. There will not be a silver bullet, one single technology that solves the climate problem. We must research, innovate, and harness every solution available to us and deploy those solutions rapidly, responsibly, and equitably. As Secretary Granholm said, this is truly an all hands on deck moment. And while 1.5 degrees is significant, it's not a magical number. What really matters is limiting the level of global warming as much as we possibly can. In simple terms, 1.5 degrees is better than 1.6 degrees is better than 1.7 degrees. And this is actually the bottom line message underlying all of the science from the IPCC this year. Every fraction of a degree of warming matters, meaning that every single action to prevent that warming can make a difference. And these actions have tangible economic benefits. For example, the IPCC found that the global economic benefit of limiting warming to below 2 degrees C will likely outweigh the cost of mitigation. So put simply, less warming means avoiding the most severe climate impacts and has wider benefits, including to our health and our food and water security, meaning the savings in the long term will outweigh the upfront costs. And we're already seeing evidence of this. Some steps to reduce emissions, such as reducing deforestation and using energy more efficiently, already have benefits that exceed their cost. For others, the upfront costs are drastically decreasing. For instance, since 2010, the cost of solar energy has fallen by 85% and wind by 55%. So saving the world is getting cheaper. But there's still so much to be done. And if we let too much time pass without meaningful climate action, the solutions we have available today may no longer be viable tomorrow. Adaptation limits will be reached, severely decreasing our capacity to protect people, infrastructure, and ecosystems. There are also limits on how much carbon dioxide removal we can achieve. CDR will only help achieve net zero emissions if used in addition to, not in place of, deep emissions cuts in all sectors and regions. So to address this crisis, we really need a yes and approach. Decarbonize? Yes. And adapt to the impacts we can adapt to. Yes. And capture CO2 from the atmosphere and durably store it to achieve a carbon neutral world. Which brings me back to our charge today. With the expertise and experience of this group, I think we have the tools needed to advance our collaboration on the emerging approaches and technologies that can help us to meet our climate goals on time. This will take everyone and every solution at our disposal. We haven't even fully imagined the solution space, but we can, and we must. We must do this. Current and future generations deserve our undivided attention to solving this challenge. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Co. And I think it's great for us to embrace that yes and improv spirit when it comes to the climate crisis at this point. And thank you so much for helping us put carbon removal. The IPCC can produce some fairly complex and daunting documents, but that helped really show where carbon removal can fit in the broader picture and help us understand it in clear language. So thank you so much. And next, I would like to introduce DOE's own leader when it comes to environmental and climate justice, Shalonda Baker. Shalonda is the director of the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity at the Department of Energy. She has spent over a decade conducting research on the equity dimensions of the global transition away from fossil fuel energy to cleaner energy resources. She co-founded and was a former co-director of the Initiative for Energy Justice, which provided technical, law, and policy support to communities on the front lines of climate change. Excited to turn the floor over to Shalonda to hear her next keynote. Shalonda, take it away.
Thank you so much, Noah. It is really a phenomenal honor to be a part of this conversation. I want to say first that we are in a crisis. As a prior speaker noted, we face a climate crisis, and that climate crisis will have disproportionate impacts on certain communities around the world. In order to solve that climate crisis, we've got to tackle the energy system. And the energy system has a justice problem. The legacy of pollution runs long and deep in Black communities, Indigenous communities, and communities of color. Black households in this country are more likely than other communities to live in the shadows of fossil fuel generation. Communities of color also live with the toxic legacy of air pollution that is a direct result of the structure and design of our energy system. So this is environmental injustice. This is what I was asked to speak about today. And the clean energy transformation that we're all working toward can make this energy system safer and cleaner for all communities. And so we can't talk about saving the earth and averting catastrophic climate change without talking about its people, especially those who have borne the brunt of the most toxic and polluting aspects of the energy system, such as low-income communities and communities of color. So these communities are also on the front lines of climate change. They're less able to bounce back after climate disasters, like the one moving across the globe right now. Recent studies also show that they are also more likely to suffer from outages and disconnections. So we can't advance technical solutions to the climate crisis without first centering disadvantaged communities in our narrative, as well as talking about equity and justice. And so as you enter your summit, I would submit to you that the work you are here to discuss, tackling the climate crisis by focusing on technical solutions, is fundamentally about justice. Your work, your technical work, is fundamentally about justice. And so justice and equity form the cornerstone of the Biden-Harris administration. Here at the Department of Energy, we define energy justice as the goal of achieving equity in both the social and economic participation in the energy system, while also remediating social, economic, and health burdens on those disproportionately harmed by the energy system. So at its core, energy justice applies the basic principles of civil rights to the climate and energy space. And so energy justice is about healing. Our technical solutions must grapple with injustices and must grapple with healing. So this is about healing communities. It's about bringing them to the front of the line to receive benefits. And it's also about tackling the climate crisis with their concerns, hopes, and dreams at the center. The recalibration of our energy system, which is what we're all doing right now, requires a transformative commitment to target disadvantaged communities for clean energy investments, new jobs, and new businesses. Justice and healing require that we embed equity into every single thing we do at the agency, from our policies to our legacy programs, to how we think about grant requirements, program design, and to how we are going to tackle this climate crisis. I know, because I've had so many conversations with colleagues across the agency, that our team at DOE is committed to the transformation of our nation's energy system and to using this transformation as a pathway to justice. 1 week into this administration, on January 27, 2021, President Biden signed Executive Order 14008, tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. And Section 223 of that order establishes the Justice 40 Initiative, which is the goal that 40% of the overall benefits of federal climate and clean energy investments have to go to disadvantaged communities. So these are investments in clean energy and energy efficiency, clean transit, affordable and sustainable housing, training and workforce development, and the remediation and reduction of legacy pollution. 40% of the benefits of those investments have to go to disadvantaged communities. And so Justice 40 does something transformative and historic. It says that communities on the front lines of environmental injustice and on the front lines of climate change should receive tangible benefits from our collective efforts to avert catastrophic climate change. And Justice 40 provides a foundation for healing old wounds. You all know what I'm talking about. These are the wounds of sickness. These are the wounds of disinvestment. And these are the wounds of dispossession. It brings these communities that have suffered from those wounds to the table to be a part of this transition. And it provides a pathway for the Department of Energy to embed equity, justice, and healing into the implementation of the largest climate investment in our nation's history. And so based on stakeholder engagement and priorities identified by the White House's very own Environmental Justice Advisory Council, as well as research that outlines inequities within our energy system, DOE has identified 8 policy priorities to guide our implementation of Justice 40. So we're laser focused, first of all, on reducing energy burden in underserved and overburdened frontline communities. We know from the literature that low-income households spend an average of 8.6% of their income on energy costs, 3 times more than non-low-income households. And this, again, these are old numbers because we know that energy costs have skyrocketed for certain households. And prior to the pandemic, 1 in 3 US households faced some form of energy insecurity, which was reducing or foregoing basic necessities or keeping homes at an unhealthy and unsafe temperature in order to pay energy bills. That was before the pandemic. The pandemic exacerbated energy insecurity for households, with 25% of households, low-income households, not being able to pay energy bills, receiving disconnection notices, and getting utilities disconnected. So energy burden is something that we're laser focused on. We're also focused on reducing and decreasing exposure to environmental hazards and harms in underserved and overburdened frontline communities. We're also focused on making sure that there is equitable access to clean energy technologies, because the literature tells us that to date, this clean energy transition has not been equitable. We also want to ensure that these same communities have access to capital to implement and bring online some of the clean energy technologies that we're all excited about. We also want to increase jobs in those communities, as well as create new enterprises that are a part of this clean energy transition. Last, we're focused on making sure that those communities have a seat at the table, which is energy democracy, and making sure that these communities are more resilient to the climate emergencies that we surely know will come. And so as I wrap up my remarks, I want to address the elephant in the room. The White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council has raised significant concerns about some of the technologies we are gathered here to discuss. I want you to know that the department is 100% committed to addressing those questions and concerns head on. We must. The Advisory Council represents the hopes and dreams and aspirations of millions of families in this country that are desperate for healthier communities, lower energy costs, and a stable climate. And so as we think about the implementation of the $6 billion in carbon management programs, we must also think critically about how commercial self-storage facilities, point source CO2 capture demonstration projects, direct air capture hubs, hydrogen production hubs with carbon capture and storage, carbon utilization, and CO2 transport can be more inclusive of feedback expressed by communities with environmental justice concerns. We must also ensure that we design programs to ensure minimal environmental impacts, including increased exposure to particulate matter and those co-pollutants that we know about. We must do this. And so finally, as we expand our grid and transportation infrastructure, we must ensure that communities are consulted on issues of siting and environmental impact every single step of the way. And so this is our work. It will be hard work. Did I mention that yet? This is going to be hard work, but this is our pathway to healing. This is our moment. It's certainly the one I've been waiting for, preparing for, and one which is long overdue. So I want you to know that this department holds a deep commitment to ensuring that this transition, this clean energy transition, is an equitable one. So I want to thank you and your advance to partnering with us in that work. Back to you, Noah.
Thank you so much, Shalonda, for those wonderful remarks. I can confirm firsthand that this is incredibly challenging, but that this administration is holding both the remarks that Dr. Barrett gave as well as you just gave right now as two sides of the coin. We have to figure out the climate story, and we have to figure out how to do this equitably and with justice for all. And that's not going to be easy, but it's something that we are committed to in all of our work on this topic. It's actually a great segue to our next panel, which is going to be moderated by our Deputy Secretary, David Turk, here at the Department of Energy. This panel is going to shift to say, how does carbon removal fit into the broader US climate policy context? And we have an all-star cast of climate leaders from across the administration to help share more. What I'd like to do is first introduce our Deputy Secretary, David Turk, who prior to his nomination was the Deputy Executive Director at the International Energy Agency, where he focused on helping countries around the world tackle their clean energy transitions. Without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Secretary Turk to lead off our panel.
Well, thanks so much, Noah, and thanks to Shalonda for her incredibly inspirational words and direct words as well. We need to be candid and direct with each other if we're going to make progress on any area, and that it certainly applies on carbon negative technologies. And I hope you all have really enjoyed the discussion, the session so far, including from our leader here at the Department of Energy, Secretary Granholm, kicking this all off. And as she said, and I will emphasize or re-emphasize as the deputy here, DOE is all in on this. DOE is all in on the need for carbon dioxide removal, using the tools that we've got, using our national laboratories, using our phenomenal world-class capabilities to make progress here, and to make progress with a sense of urgency, with a sense of purpose, with a sense of passion, to get to our goal of deploying these technologies at less than $100 per ton. That is not where we're at. That is far from where we're at for those who are involved in this suite of technology areas. It is an incredibly ambitious goal. That's the spirit of these Earthshots. The whole point here is to put some ambitious goals on the table, goals that are guided and driven by science for anyone who's looked at climate modeling and looked at how we get to where we need to get to for a 1.5 degree world that we need to be living in at a maximum. You need a variety of key technologies, and certainly the modeling and the science that I've looked at requires a significant amount, unfortunately, of carbon dioxide removal technologies. And so that's why we're investing. That's why we're focusing on these technologies now. So we get to those cost points, we get to that volume of what's required into the future. There's no doubt, this will require an awful lot of work. This is going to require deep innovation. This is going to require slashing costs from where they're at now. Again, with a real sense of urgency and purpose on it. And there's no doubt this is going to require not just the Department of Energy, this is going to require all of the US government. It's going to require private sector, companies, entrepreneurs. It's going to require NGOs, community leaders, state leaders. It's going to require international partners. It's going to require a whole ecosystem. It's going to require a whole series of partnerships to be successful on this front. So this panel is going to focus on the US government. We're going to focus on leaders across the US government. We've got, as Noah said, a phenomenal panel here, world-class experts to all be able to share their expertise here. So let me introduce the four of them, and then I will each give them all the same question, and then we'll have some targeted questions for them. And we're going to try to make this as lively, interactive as possible. At any point, if one of our colleagues wants to come in with a short intervention, that is perfectly appropriate, so that we can make this as interesting and lively for everyone and take full advantage of the phenomenal expertise we have here. So first, Dr. Sally Benson. Sally is the Deputy Director for Energy and Chief Strategist for the Energy Transition in the White House's Office of Science and Technology Policy, OSTP, for those of you who prefer the acronym. Sally came to us in the US government from Stanford, where she is the Precourt Family Professor of Energy Resources Engineering. Also incredibly fortunate to have Catherine Coleman Flowers with us on this panel. Catherine is a member of the White House's Environmental Justice Advisory Council. She's also the founder of the Center for Rural Enterprise and Environmental Justice, a leading environmental justice organization in Alabama. She received a MacArthur Fellowship Award in 2020. Third is a good friend for many years, Dr. Candace Balsing, who's Associate Director for Climate, Energy, and Environment and Science for the White House's Office of Management and Budget. For those who don't know OMB, OMB is where all the funds are and all the power is. So if you ever want to do something impactful, get Candace's job and work for OMB. Candace has a huge wealth of previous experience, including having served as the Science and Technology Policy Advisor to the chair at the California Air Resources Board. And then finally, but certainly not least, we've got Tricia Miller, Dr. Tricia Miller, Senior Director for Industrial Emissions in the White House Domestic Climate Policy Office. Tricia has, again, along with all of our colleagues, just a phenomenal wealth of expertise, served as the Chief Innovation and Development Officer at Elevate, a national organization dedicated to ensuring that the benefits of clean energy reach those who most need them. So again, phenomenal group here. So I've got the same question to start us all off for all four of you. And it's a question of really focusing on this fact that it's the all of government approach here, right? If you're going to do anything important, certainly my experience in the US government is you've got to have everybody in the government who has equities, from the White House to various departments, agencies, all on board, all owning something, all being part of the solution set. So what I'd like to ask all of you in turn, and we'll start with Sally, is why is your agency or office all in on carbon dioxide removal? Why is it an important technology, and what are you, your office, your department, your agency bringing to the table? So Sally, let's start with you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Deputy Secretary Turk. It's great to see you, and thank you for the opportunity to join you all today. First, I'd like to say congratulations to the Department of Energy, the entire team. I know it's been a tremendous amount of work to get to the point where we are, so congratulations for that. So in terms of what my responsibilities are, I lead the energy team at the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And here we're focused on making sure that we have all the innovation that we're going to need to meet the president's climate commitments of 50 to 52% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2030 and the goal of net zero emissions by 2050. And carbon dioxide removal is going to be a very, very important part of meeting those goals. And we've actually known that for some time ago. About a decade ago, we started to see carbon dioxide removal show up in some of the big integrated assessment models. And underlying that was the fundamental conclusion that climate scientists came to, was that we have to stop adding any carbon dioxide to the atmosphere if we want to be able to stabilize warming. Okay, so that's where carbon dioxide comes in. And I'm going to give you 4 reasons why this is such an important technology. So first, we know that there are some emissions that are hard to eliminate. Things like aviation, heavy duty transport, agriculture, making cement, for example. And it's not just that these maybe are inherently difficult to eliminate, but we have to do this all over the world, right? This is a global issue. And now that we know that we can't put any more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere if we want to stabilize it, if we do have these residual emissions, we're going to need carbon dioxide removal to offset or compensate all of those emissions. So that's reason number 1. The second reason is that, we heard from Deputy Secretary Turk that we want to get to 1.5 degrees C. Well, many of the scenarios that are being considered actually overshoot that, okay? So what happens if you overshoot that, 1.6, 1.7? Well, if we want to drive back towards that 1.5 degree C target, carbon dioxide removal is really the only technology that we're going to have. Finally, another aspect of this is that I think we need as many options on the table to reduce emissions. If you look at different geographies, if you look at different natural resources, everybody has a different set of options that they can use to get to net zero, which we need to do. And by having this technology available and cost effective, it gives options for everybody to be able to participate and contribute to this. And then finally, I really think of carbon dioxide removal as an insurance policy. Yes, we're absolutely going to deploy all the renewable energy that we can. We're going to use every tool in the toolbox to directly reduce emissions. But in case we don't get there deeply and fast enough, carbon dioxide removal is that insurance policy. It allows us to compensate for those emissions as we glide towards that 1.5 degrees C target we've chosen. So thank you, and again, congratulations for this important piece of work.
Well, thanks, Sally, for laying that all out so crisply, coherently, and I think persuasively. Since you guys are super smart, I'm going to ask you each a follow-up question for 15 seconds, if I could, before we get into others, just to keep you guys on your toes. And I know I'm not going to stump any of you because I've worked with you and know you not to be able to be stumped. But Sally, if I could just ask a candid question, it sort of builds on your last point. How is this not a moral hazard, right? Like, why shouldn't we just be focusing on those technologies that reduce emissions as opposed to focusing on those technologies that actually remove those emissions? They're more costly, right? At least they're more costly at the current price points than they are to putting up solar PV or EVs or other kinds of things. If you could give us your 15-second most persuasive response to that.
Okay, well, I'll give one. I don't know if it's ideal, but for example, there are going to be some emissions, natural land use emissions that are going to be there's no way to remove them. Wildfires, unfortunately, are a very sad example of that, climate-induced wildfires. We need to get all that carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So there are no other solutions for some aspects of that. So I guess that's number one, why it's not a moral hazard.
All right, good. I'm glad I mixed it up. Hopefully that's more interesting for everybody to get some good rapid fire thoughts beyond the talking points. Thanks, Sally. All right, next to Catherine. Same question, Catherine, from your perspective. Why all in on carbon dioxide removal? What's the importance of it, and any other perspective you'd like to share as we get going on this panel?
Excuse me. Thank you for this opportunity. Well, first of all, in my own experience, I served on the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, but we were appointed to that role because of what we do in our communities. So that's a perspective that I'm going to give. And I have to start with what I've seen myself. And I've seen, for an example, I was just in Detroit where I saw where people are suffering from flooding. They can tell us each year when the floods occurred and how bad the floods have gotten. They said the last time it was 6 feet of water. And it's only going to get worse. And a lot of that is because of climate change. And if we do not reduce these emissions, communities that are at the forefront, that are under-resourced and underserved are going to continue to be victimized by it. So I think that this is why we have to, I'm just going to repeat what I've heard a number of people already say, is that we're going to have to look at a full caveat of what's on the menu and see what is available and try to use it. It may not be the same for every community, but if you're in a community that's impacted like the people are in England right now, I'm looking at that and I'm comparing it to Lowndes County, Alabama. In England, they're dealing with the fact that they have so much heat that is melting runways. And I'm thinking about the people in the poor communities. If the runways are suffering, just imagine what's happening in those poorer communities, where even in England, they don't even build houses with air conditioners. In Alabama, if the power went out, we couldn't survive because it's so hot. I'm currently under heat advisory right now. So it is very, very important that we look at the caveat of everything that's available, even to the point that in my personal role, through the Center for Rural Enterprise and Environmental Justice, we have just launched the Climate, Water, and Sanitation Innovation Center because I think it's part of justice. We have to look at a just transition. We also have to look at what's available and make sure that all of our communities, including environmental justice communities, understand what these technologies are, how they work, and have a seat at the table in deciding whether or not they're deployed to their community.
Thanks, Catherine. Incredibly helpful. And for your 15-second follow-up question, just like to build on what you just said, and that is the level of understanding of what we're actually talking about here when we talk about carbon negative technologies. As with all our Earth shots, we're not trying to say this particular technology is the only way to go, right? We're trying to set out these incredibly audacious goals to get those cost reductions and let entrepreneurs, let businesses, et cetera. Just love to get your candid take on where you think the level of understanding out there is in the real world right now on carbon negative technologies. Is it very early, or do you feel like enough folks are aware of what we're talking about here?
Well, we feel that it's very early, and we feel that enough people are not aware. That's why we launched this center, because it's going to be very important that people learn. And my background is as a teacher, so as an educator, I feel that it's very important that we communicate to people and make sure that they can give the information back to us in a way in which it tells what's really going on. Because at this particular time, it's almost like when the vaccine first came out, and a lot of people, they receive all kind of negative information and they didn't want to take it. Well, it's the same thing with this carbon removal technology, but it's going to have to be a sustained effort involving the public sector as well as the private sector. And we thought that in order to be able to communicate what this means is that we had to launch the center, and we thought that it was not the best place to do it was in Huntsville, Alabama, because we're right next to the Marshall Space Flight Center. And when I've gone over to the Marshall Space Flight Center where they keep the astronauts alive, I've learned how even in the course of keeping these astronauts alive on the space station, they have to remove carbon. There's so many things that we can learn and then be able to communicate to the masses so that they can understand. So I like to take my middle school and high school training as a teacher to use that to help people understand these technologies, so that when if they're against it, they know why they're against it. If they're for it, they know why they're for it. But right now, we're at the very beginning of that, and that's why I think it's so important for us to be a part of this conversation.
Got it. Incredibly well put, Catherine. And we'll certainly come back and drill down further on all of what you've said. Let me turn to Tricia Miller next. And Tricia, having worked with you for many, many years, found you to be one of the most insightful and collaborative colleagues I've ever worked with. If you could give us a sense from your perch there at the White House, the climate office, but also having worked out there in the departments and agencies as well in your previous life, if you could give us a sense of why you're all in, what's the importance of this technology? And then we'll have Candace back clean up, as they say.
That sounds good. Thank you so much, Deputy Secretary Turk. It's a real privilege to join you and the panelists at this summit, and I share Sally's enthusiasm and recognition of what a huge accomplishment this is in launching the carbon negative shot. I lead on industrial emissions in the White House Climate Policy Office, and we've been laser focused on the President's climate commitment and achieving net zero emissions by mid-century. Since day one, the President's mobilized every federal agency to leverage the tools and resources available to combat climate change, strengthen resilience, which we know is needed more than ever, create jobs, and grow the clean economy. Carbon dioxide removal is one of these essential tools to meet the climate commitment. And I see this as just a really exciting time where we have both dedicated public and private investment in carbon dioxide removal technologies, because we're going to need the innovation and the private sector and community engagement, as well as the strength and resources that the Department of Energy is putting in to carbon removal and direct air capture. So I'm really pleased, and we're working collaboratively on the bipartisan infrastructure laws, unprecedented funding over the next 5 years for DAC. As you've heard throughout the conference, this is a real defining moment, having $3.5 billion to invest in the DAC hubs, over $100 million for the DAC prize competitions. And then the sort of what undergirds this work is the $4.6 billion in funding to support the enabling infrastructure and CO2 pipelines and geological sequestration. So we know that's needed both for DAC and also for point source capture, like capturing emissions from our industrial facilities. So I see the carbon negative shot really as the opportunity to catalyze ambition across the federal government and create those pathways to capture CO2 from the atmosphere and durably and safely store it at the gigaton scale at a declining cost curve. And that's really what this is all about. We need the early adopters, and we also need the demand signals to make this possible.
Thanks, thanks, Tricia. And for your 15-second initial follow-up question, having worked with different organizations and on innovation in significant parts of your career, I'm wondering if you could give us your 15-second, it's not a pitch so much, but a message to entrepreneurs or would-be entrepreneurs in terms of why to get involved in this space as a part of your career. Just, you've touched on this already, Sally hit on this as well, but if you could just give us a little bit more on that.
Sure. I think for the entrepreneurs out there, there's a place, along the continuum of carbon removal. Really starts from the emerging ideas in the lab. And then I think what's great about the Earth Shots is the chance to accelerate that and to see the path for pre and commercial applications of these exciting new technologies that are going to be necessary, as Sally laid out, that's one of the tools in the toolbox. This is an area of both economic growth and scientific exploration that can lead towards the clean energy economy's next big bet in terms of strategies to remove carbon dioxide. So I would say, now's a chance to lean in to this field. And what we often don't have is the scientific inquiry, the financial backing, and the dedicated public investment. So I think you have, all of those forces coming together, and not to forget. And I really appreciated Catherine Flowers' comments too, because as we're testing what these solutions look like in their applications in communities, thinking about the opportunity for the DAC hubs and the integration of innovative technologies for entrepreneurs, but also in creating the conditions that support thriving community-led solutions and projects that benefit our most underserved and vulnerable communities has got to be a key part of this strategy, and also an important message for the innovators who are out there looking to get started.
Thanks, Tricia. So in other words, get in on the ground floor, people. Huge opportunities here to make a huge difference in terms of your career and help your neighbors and help your planet. All right, Candace, baton cleanup here. As I said, Candace sits literally on the, I don't know what the right metaphor is. I'm thinking of Scrooge McDuck, who used to go swimming in the, you remember that, Candace? You remember that show? Scrooge McDuck would swim in his gold piles. And anyway, Candace sits on top of OMB, the OMB leadership team. Absolutely key to anything that we do, certainly at the Department of Energy and throughout the interagency. So Candace, from your perspective, how does this suite of technologies fit in with the overall strategy?
Thanks, Dave. It's wonderful to be here today. I appreciate the creative introductions from you today. So my name is Candace. I am the Associate Director for Climate, Energy, Environment, and Science at OMB, where I oversee the strategic alignment of the federal budget and the administration's climate goals. As my colleagues on this panel have mentioned, the President is committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions between 50 and 52% by 2030, including the power sector goal for 2035 for carbon pollution-free electricity. So from OMB, as Deputy Secretary Turk has said, from OMB, my job is to look across the board on how to prioritize investments. And although we know that carbon removal is not a substitute for emission reductions, it is an integral part of the toolkit, and in particular for hard to mitigate sectors. And that's why we are bringing multiple resources to bear, from the historic bipartisan infrastructure law, which Tricia mentioned, to also our annual appropriations process and the budget cycle, to really invest as many resources as we can into this technology. And so a few examples of that are the President's budget proposes funding for carbon removal from enhancing cost-effective biological terrestrial carbon sinks to R&D to demonstration funding for DAC. I mean, it's just really across the board what we invest in the budget. And that is consistent long-term investments, which we are hoping will create a price signal and a demand. As well as Tristan mentioned, the bipartisan infrastructure law, which across the board invests $12.1 billion in carbon management. And really just want to reinforce the comments that Catherine has made about the equitable distribution of that funding and the thoughtful process that I know, DOE and CEQ and others are working on as part of that. So in general, the administration is committed to investing in climate technologies for the future, ensuring the implementation is equitable at every turn. And the reason that we're focused on this here is that this technology, this is one of the areas that we feel like is promising and necessary. So with that, I will turn it back to you. And I'm a little nervous for my 15-second question, but let's see how it goes.
Well, thanks, Candace. We've all done so many Zooms. We've got to keep it interesting for each other, and most importantly, for all our terrific colleagues who've joined us in this summit. So, quick 15-second follow-up question, Candace. How do you prioritize? So you're sitting at the apex of the federal government here, right? Trying to figure out what to fund, certainly from an administration perspective. Congress, of course, has something to say on what actually gets funded at the end of the day. But how do you prioritize, and how do you think of the suite of technologies and the suite of portfolios? I know that's broader than a 15-second answer, but just curious. I think a lot of our colleagues would be eager to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. It's a very bottom-up process that it's informed by you and a lot of other people across the government in terms of how we prioritize, which is why I'm here today, because we want to share the priorities across the administration. But it's really on, looking at what are our goals across the administration? What has President Biden laid out as a priority? What is industry telling us is important? Where do we need to send demand signals? And this is just one of those areas where we have prioritized and think it's important. As I said earlier, we know that we need to reduce emissions rapidly. We know that, the IPCC has been clear that just reducing emissions in some hard to mitigate sectors will not be sufficient. We're going in the near term, we're going to need technology to help us with that. And so we just need to invest in a wide range of technologies. And from OMB, the costs are important, which is why I think this carbon negative shot is particularly helpful, because instead of focusing on specific technology areas in the goals, it also focuses on criteria. And so you're really creating the most effective demand signal possible.
Got it. Thanks. Thanks, Candace, and thanks to all our panelists for the first round here. All right, so I've got a particular question for each of you. And again, to keep it lively, if others want to come in on the particular question that I raised, feel free to do so. And we'll try to get through all four of you, and hopefully some time for some additional discussion as well. But Sally, to you, coming back to you. So just like children, those who focus on clean energy technologies are not supposed to have favorites, although I think all of us who are parents probably do have favorites. I know mine shift from day to day depending on how well our three kids are behaving on any given day. And I won't ask for your favorite technology within the suite of technologies for carbon dioxide removal, because there are a suite of technologies. But I'd love to get your perspective, Sally, on what strategies you're most excited about. How do you think we should be going about this? How can we go about this? Bringing attention, bringing innovation, bringing private sector interest, bringing the whole ecosystem in here. How should we be going about this? And I know there'll be a lot of discussion about this throughout the summit.
Okay, well, thanks. These are some tough questions, so I'll do my best. And like most people, I find it very hard to say which is my favorite child. So I'll tell you how I think about this. Hopefully that will do. So first of all, as you mentioned, there are many different options for carbon dioxide removal, which is the great news, and the entrepreneurial private sector community that you've been talking about. They're all over this. It seems like every time I turn around, there's a new good idea. So the way I think about it is there are two broad categories of carbon dioxide removal. One are the nature-based solutions, and the other one is engineering solutions. So I'll talk about them. And each of them honestly has their own strengths and challenges. You know, there's no one that I think really stands above the other. So starting with nature-based solutions, you know, the key idea is to use biological processes to remove the carbon dioxide, like by growing trees or whatever, and then it will sequester that carbon dioxide in ecosystems. So good examples are preserving and restoring forests. Wetland restoration is another good example of nature-based solutions, sometimes called blue carbon. Okay, well, what I think is very attractive about nature-based solutions is if you do them right, there are co-benefits like restoring ecosystems that can help with biodiversity. You can restore watersheds so that you improve the hydrology, so you better have better groundwater resources or cleaner streams. And then for coastal restoration, you can make them more resilient to climate change and create nurseries for fish and so forth. So those are the big, I think, co-benefits. So if we look now at engineered solutions and thinking about direct air capture as an example, you know, we're basically using a very large machine to scrub carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. And then most schemes for direct air capture are then followed by taking that carbon dioxide and basically putting it back underground where it came from in the first place. So if we look at this scheme, a real benefit is that we're really permanently removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and we're trapping it deep underground. So I think that's a real benefit of those kind of strategies. So just thinking about sort of the spectrum of things between what we can do now and eventually all these cool new technologies that are available, I think one opportunity that is actionable right now is bioenergy plus CCS. It's sort of a hybrid solution between capturing CO2 from the air with plants and then scrubbing that carbon dioxide and putting it underground, for example. And studies have shown that even today, we have like 100 million tons per year of carbon dioxide removal that could be accomplished just using waste biomass from forestry and from agriculture. So that's a real opportunity. And again, a big co-benefit of that is that in addition to removing carbon dioxide from the air, we can either make electricity, or we can make hydrogen, and again, they're carbon negative, providing those critically important sources of clean energy that we need. But in the long run and at bigger scale, you know, direct air capture is likely to be needed. But innovation is going to be needed to make this cost effective. You know, you have your $100 per ton. It is a long way to go there. So critical R&D priorities, reducing costs, of course, but we also need to think about reducing the energy intensity of carbon dioxide capture because we don't want to have to divert a lot of that clean energy that we have to this purpose. So by reducing the energy use, that will be really beneficial. Also by reducing water use is going to be critical. And we heard so eloquently from Shalanda earlier that we need to think about all the impacts of direct air capture. So I think we need to develop direct air capture that has zero emissions of you know, traditional air pollutants. We need to have closed loops so that nearby communities won't have air quality impacts associated with these. That's the sort of stuff we have available today. As I mentioned, there's so much innovation happening in the private sector. Some of the things that I'm interested in, mineralization. It turns out there are certain minerals you can mine and crush them up and put them in the soil, agricultural soils, and the process then results in capturing carbon from the air and converting it to rocks. That's permanent. Another interesting opportunity is to take that captured CO2 and convert it into high value products that could be used, for example, in advanced electronics or batteries, or a huge variety of other opportunities for basically nanostructured carbon material. There's a nice new study that the National Academies has done on looking at ocean potential. That's both open water ocean as well as nearshore environments. And to the extent that these could be done by capturing the carbon dioxide, but enhancing those marine ecosystems, that will be really important because our oceans are under huge stress. Agriculture is another area. The process of farming over years basically removes carbon from the soils. that degrades soil quality. Well, if we can find a way to take captured carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and convert it to solid carbon, we're also going to improve the productivity of our agricultural lands. And then just finally, one more that I like, what about if we could really think about restoring the atmosphere? So not only removing carbon dioxide, but take that same machine and remove methane and nitrous oxide at the same time. You get sort of 3 for the price of 1. And I think that makes a lot of sense. So, carbon dioxide removal is ripe with possibilities. And I think the Department of Energy's carbon negative shot is going to fuel the innovation that's needed to make these possibilities a reality. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Sally. Incredibly helpful. And it's clear we've got a big family of carbon dioxide removal technologies and really some exciting opportunities for scientists, for entrepreneurs, throughout this, throughout the ecosystem. All right. Again, if anybody wants to chime in at the end of any of these answers, please feel free. Just put up your real hand or your virtual hand if we're allowing that right now. But we can certainly do that. Not seeing any. Catherine, let me turn to you and let's build off your first. The first back and forth that we had, and other colleagues have hit on this as well. It's clear, at least personally, I'm convinced, and I think there's been a persuasive case here made, that we're going to need these technologies. We're going to need these technologies at scale if we're going to be successful achieving the incredibly ambitious climate goals that President Biden has put on the table and science has told us we need to achieve. But we also need to think about the impacts in the local communities, right, that these technologies, regardless of the particular type of technology, as Sally sort of gave us a kind of classification system, how that impacts the local community. What are the benefits to that local community? And how do we minimize the challenges or the risks or harms on that? We also discussed that a lot of these technologies are not that well known, right? And we're not sure which of these technologies are going to be the ones that go to scale. So if I could ask you to just give us a sense, given your phenomenal experience, extensive experience, how do you think about involving communities? How to make sure we're developing the new industry, these new industries right from the beginning, the iterative nature of those conversations, the listening, not just talking. How do you think about that process for everyone who's joined the summit here?
Well, that's a very good question. Thank you for asking. I think the first thing that needs to happen is that we need to be seated at the table. And I think having me here, for an example, not a scientist, not involved in carbon capture, although I'm on the WEJAC, I don't have the importance of Trisha or Candace or or Shalonda, but the fact that I'm here representing the community is very important. I think that we need to have more of these opportunities to get the community involved. I think the other way in which we get people involved is involve HBCUs. I think a lot of HBCUs are not at the table, they're not involved, and they need the funding that's necessary to bring people to the table, to redirect what they're doing now, to make sure that we're dealing with this and that young people are educated about what this means, and also be a part of the innovation, because they're largely coming from these communities that are impacted and generally are under-resourced and underserved. I think we also need to look at the 2-year college system. We need to make sure that they're not just being trained from automotive mechanics or being, the traditional positions that are there, but they need to also be trained to put in place these charging stations and make sure that they go into communities, because we're talking about direct air capture, but we need to look at the gamut of it all and how we need to change and shift the way we do things and make sure that everybody has a seat at the table. One of the things that we're looking at is in the spring, we want to pull together all of the various our friends from the EJ community, as well as people from various stakeholders, to have a deep discussion about this. This hasn't happened yet, and it needs to happen. And it needs to happen and probably be driven by those of us that are not necessarily in the government, but outside the government. But the government needs to be seated at the table so that we can all understand and be on the same page, because oftentimes the messaging is mixed. Like the messaging is mixed right now about COVID. Some people think that it's over. It's not over. And I went to the airport, and some airports people were wearing masks and some were not. Because the messaging is not what it should be. So we have to make sure that all of these entities are involved. We need to ensure that people like these sororities and fraternities are involved. We need to ensure that veterans are involved. I'm a veteran myself, but veterans need to be involved, because I was just talking to a friend as we were talking about climate change and climate action. He said, you know what, there's a sector of our community that will believe veterans over anybody else, but they need to be seated at the table. We need to be seated at the table to make sure that these messages are out there, but we have to understand them. And in order to understand them, having these type of events are very important. And hopefully when we have our event here in Huntsville in the spring, that a lot of the people that are on this call will be at the table with us, so that we can all have this come out with the same understanding and have an idea, or have some ideas of what type of innovations could be used in our communities. The last thing I wanted to say is that, you know, I've been here in Huntsville now for several months, and I'm just very, very influenced because of the work we're doing around sanitation with NASA. But I think it's very important that we have a closed loop system. I think ultimately, I know that on the space station, and right now you're going to hear, because I'm just so fascinated about what they do, you're going to hear me refer to NASA quite a bit, but they have developed a closed loop system on the space station. We can learn from that, and how they reuse and recycle everything, and whatever this innovation is that we come up with, that we also make sure as part of that, that it is a closed loop system, that whatever we take out of the air, hopefully we can reuse it and recycle it, because it impacts all of the life systems that we have. And the last thing I have to say is, in terms of the urgency of the hour, I'm really moved right now by what I'm seeing happen around the world. And I'm talking to my friends on the African continent, as well as seeing what's happening on the European continent, and seeing what's happening right here in my own community, is that we're at a tipping point. And if we don't do something, I think I just read something that someone from the UN said that we're committing mass suicide. So that's what motivates me. And I think we need to make sure that the community understands this, but they also need to be at the table, because whatever technologies we come up with, if people don't believe it's going to help them, they're not going to buy into it.
Well, thanks for all of that, Catherine. Couldn't agree more with you on the need for urgency. I think all our fellow Americans, and I'd say people around the world, I think are seeing that, experiencing it, unfortunately. And we need to translate that into positive progress, right? In terms of the government policy, the funding, the support for these kinds of things. But just as you said, and if I could make sure that this is reinforced with those who are technologists or scientists or engineers who are joining us, we've got to reduce those costs and do the technology work. But just as Catherine said, if we don't do the other work and the community involvement and bring everyone else along, we're not going to be able to deploy at the scale we need to, with the urgency that we need to. So it's everybody's responsibility to go about the process in the right way, to listen, to figure out the other pieces of the equation as well. So thank you, Catherine. Thanks for that incredibly powerful response. All right, Tricia, over to you. If I could build on your current job for this question on the focus on the clean manufacturing side, and really thinking about the relationship between industrial emissions and carbon dioxide removal, both in terms of the need to deal head on with harder to decarbonize sectors, right? Your portfolio is one of the more challenging portfolios in terms of the technology solutions and getting to where we need to go. And also thinking about the mechanics of integrating technologies like direct air capture into industrial sites, right? And trying to think about how all that fits together in the real world as we work with businesses, as we work with state and local governments, et cetera. If you can just try to take that question on.
Sure. The industrial sector is central to tackling the climate crisis, and it's currently responsible for nearly a third of our domestic greenhouse gases. So as you stated, this has been one of the harder areas to decarbonize in our economy. And there's also an opportunity to double down on delivering clean energy, reducing process emissions, and other innovative technologies, which is where today's discussion really comes to bear. You know, from my perspective, I think we can integrate direct air capture and point source capture in steel, cement, and concrete facilities. And if we just look for a minute at one of the most ubiquitous materials, concrete, Nearly 40% of concrete in North America is purchased by public agencies. So there's the purchasing power and procurement choices that the US federal and state governments make have the potential to really seed and stimulate the market maturity for things like CO2 mineralized concrete and integrating modular DAC plants at the point of the industrial emissions. So I think there's a number of different ways we can accelerate market commitments, leveraging the procurement powers that we have and the opportunity to invest in innovation, and also looking at some of the benefits of co-location. And this is where I think the opportunity to site DAC plants at CO2 facilities is really powerful. And Catherine and Sally both spoke to some of the closed loop systems and the opportunity where CO2 can be utilized in concrete manufacturing, and then how some of the potential waste streams from those facilities could even be optimized using manufactured waste heat that could be captured and recycled, say, for instance, to regenerate the needs of operating the DAC plant. So there's numerous opportunities to integrate this technology. I wouldn't limit the discussion to direct air capture. I think there's also the closed loop needs to integrate CCUS at the high energy intensive industrial facilities we have, and support clean manufacturing through both pathways. And I also just, going back to procurement, I think we have a chance to design performance-based criteria and measure the life cycle analysis of these facilities in ways that will encourage adoption of high impact DAC and concrete applications that get us further faster.
Thanks very much, Tricia. And I know we're running out of time here. And Candace, I want to turn to you. And this may be the last word, although I'd love to sneak in one last question for all four of you, but we'll see if we have time for that. If you can just, building on what we were talking about before in terms of how carbon dioxide removal fits in with the broader US climate strategy, I'd love to ask you a particular part of that. Why invest now? Why should we be investing funding now? Why should we be focused on carbon dioxide removal technologies now? Why not wait? Just love to get your sense, any further elaboration on that question.
Sure, Dave, thanks. So as you know very well, when the president thinks about climate change, he thinks about jobs, he thinks about equity. And that's really about reducing three things, right? Reducing tons, cost-effective technologies and strategies, and bringing communities together. And carbon removal is an area where all those things come together. It's an area that both spans and provides the opportunity to bring diverse groups of people into the development of climate solutions, from farmers to industrial engineers. And as you also know, it's an opportunity for the US to lead on technology development internationally. So if you zoom out, carbon removal is really one of those nodes where we have the opportunity to pull together the entire coalition, from the public sector to the private sector to communities to our allies internationally, to tackle the climate crisis. And the earlier we do that and the earlier we make those investments, the better off we are later. So now is really the big, as the president says, we need to meet the moment and start doing that as urgently as we can.
Thanks, Candace. Incredibly powerful words as we conclude here. So let me just make a few remarks and then one final question for each of you as we close out here. I took 4 key takeaways from what everybody said. Obviously, there's a bunch more than that, but just trying to boil it down. One is carbon dioxide removal technologies are an incredibly important part of the puzzle, part of our overall strategy if we're going to make progress. And we need to have a sense of urgency. We need to have a sense of purpose. This Earthshot is about putting an ambitious cost target as part of that overall strategy on the table so that we can inspire and get going in that direction. Secondly, it's not just the technology, as Catherine but others have emphasized. We've got to focus right from the get-go, even before it's a common household term. We've got to focus on the community engagement. Communities across the country, across the world, and make sure that we're all bought in, we're all invested, so it works for particular communities, not just for the overall CO2 footprint. Third, there's no way we do this without partnering, right? Without partnering with a whole range of folks in government and private sector and entrepreneurs and NGO leaders, community leaders, et cetera. And fourth, and I think this panel really shows this, is there's no way we make progress here unless it's people, unless it's talented people stepping up. You see 4 phenomenal examples of talented people stepping up in their respective fields. We need a lot more. And I know there's a lot more who are participating in this summit. For those who are thinking about what you want to do with your careers or what you want to do in change of career, here's an incredibly important area, impactful area, and an area that has real meaning in people's lives. So what I want to ask our final panelists is, it's a yes or no question, but you can elaborate for 5 seconds each if you want to. I see Noah coming on. And are we going to be successful with this Earthshot? Are we going to be successful with this ambitious goal that we put on the table, getting down to that price level, doing it with a sense of urgency, doing it with a sense of inclusion? It's yes or no. And if you'd like to add anything else on in your 10 seconds, you can certainly do that. Sally, first to you.
Yes, because of American innovators. And second, thermodynamics are working in our favor because we have a lot of room to become more efficient in doing this.
Perfect. Catherine.
The answer is yes. And I'd like to invite all of those that are on the call to reach out to us, because we're willing to go and actually visit the innovators and see what they're doing so we can articulate and communicate that to the people in the community, because without that outreach and education, we're not going to get as far as we want to go, as fast as we want to go.
Perfect. Tricia.
Absolutely. And I think the Department of Energy has been at the forefront of these Earth shots. And for a long time, I've seen it as a practitioner with what we were able to do in lowering the cost and delivery of solar, and so I think if we could combine what Catherine's suggesting and look at models for communicating the value proposition of doing this, putting in the proper safeguards and accelerating action in terms of the market signals and the private and public investment needed, we'll be successful.
Excellent. All right, Candace, last word.
Yes, because this fantastic group of people, in addition to the people on the call, are going to develop the most cost-effective technologies to tackle the climate crisis.
There we go. We're all in it together, people. Let's step up and get this done. All right, Noah, back over to you. And thanks to our panelists. Terrific discussion.
Yeah, echoing Deputy Secretary's thanks to all the panelists, and we'll give him a little bit of grace for going over time with that great final question as we head into the break. We now have 8 minutes before we come back with the next panel, where you're going to get a preview of everything that's going on across DOE related to carbon removal. But before we go on to break, just wanted to flag that while our comms team doesn't necessarily like me tweeting, they love it when all of you do. So hashtag carbon negative shot and at FECM.gov. Please feel free to join the conversation online there. And without further ado, we'll see everybody at 1 Eastern to get the next panel started. All right. Looks like we are back. Hope everyone had a good break. We are going to shift gears now and give folks a lightning round of what is going on across the Department of Energy when it comes to carbon removal. We have 5 great speakers in addition to myself. And so I'm going to be very brief to introduce them in order so we can just hear directly from the great panel that we have here. The first speaker to share what's going on at ARPA-E is Dr. David Babson, who's a program director focusing on bioenergy, agricultural system innovation, and carbon management. Dr. Babson, take us away.
Thanks for the introduction, Noah, and thanks for everybody for joining. We decided not to share slides, so I'll just give a quick background about ARPA-E and the efforts that we're promoting in the negative emissions and carbon dioxide removal space. So, first of all, for those of you that aren't familiar with ARPA-E, ARPA-E stands for the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Energy. And ARPA-E is modeled after DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. It is the Department of Energy's high risk, high reward moonshot research agency. One of the unique aspects about ARPA-E is that it doesn't operate on a strategic plan. And the programs that we focus on, target particular barriers for transformative outcomes. And the program development and the outcomes are driven by term-limited program directors, which promotes a constant reevaluation of interest areas and allows the agency to be dynamic in tackling, the most impactful challenges for our energy systems and for our climate. One other aspect about ARPA-E is that the specific program directions are not dictated by annual legislative language. There are broad objectives that are characterized in the agency's legislative or in its mandate, but largely is allowed to identify unique challenges and opportunities and pursue transformative programs in a dynamic manner led by program directors like myself. So let me offer a little bit of context for how we view the climate challenges and how ARPA-E got into the carbon dioxide removal space and what we're thinking about now. So going back even to before this latest administration, ARPA-E was looking at the challenges that we face in order of achieving and staying on the path towards 2 degrees of warming. And as you all know, and as you've heard from other speakers, that at this point, because our efforts to address climate change haven't included significant enough emissions reductions, we now need to reduce emissions down to 0, but then also build an enormous negative emissions industry to contribute to achieving the net emissions that we need. And when we're looking at the size and scale of this future negative emissions industry, we're realizing it needs to be about 10 gigatons of carbon dioxide removal capacity by 2050 and 20 gigatons of carbon dioxide removal capacity per year by 2100. That means that one of the largest industries on the face of the earth by mid-century, and certainly by the end of it, is going to be carbon removal and management. And so from the Department of Energy standpoint and from ARPA-E's standpoint, we were concerned with what are the technologies that are going to service this known to be enormous industry with technologies that are both low cost and energy efficient. And so that was really the catalyst for us thinking comprehensively about what types of programs and what types of barriers we might target in the negative emissions and CDR space. And so, ARPA-E is targeting key barriers to support future markets and to promote enabling technology for a new carbon economy, one that removes, efficiently uses, and stores more carbon than it emits. In the market support area for future negative emissions pathways, we have a number of programs. One is called the Smart Farm program. This program seeks to develop technologies that will connect farm and land management practices to carbon markets that will allow us to, at a low cost and with high accuracy, measure the quote unquote carbon harvest so that new practices can be established for maximizing natural CDR and management strategies. Another one for non-terrestrial systems that is being workshopped by one of my colleagues focuses on new types of marine sensing that would allow for leveraging the oceans to do CDR to actually measure the carbon benefits of that. For specific CDR targeted technology developments, we have invested in both direct air capture and direct ocean capture, funding research into the technologies that would reduce the energy and the cost of performing these functions. And then let me quickly just highlight two new programs that fall into kind of the parallel strategies approach that we're really interested in at ARPA-E. The first program that was recently announced is called Hestia. This program is seeking to develop new types of building materials and architectural designs to allow our built environment to become a net source of carbon removal and storage. And our minor program is focusing to enable a new paradigm for minerals extraction and metals extraction that would allow that industry to become carbon negative. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the next speaker, and apologize for running a little bit over time.
No, thank you, Dr. Babson. That was perfect, and excited to hear everything going on at ARPA-E. Next, I'll turn it over to Dr. Asmeret Berhe, who's the director of the Office of Science, which is our nation's largest federal sponsor of basic research in physical sciences. Dr. Berhe's research is internationally recognized and focuses on the dynamic of two-way relationships between the natural environment and human societies. Without further ado, Dr. Berhe, the Office of Science take on carbon removal.
Thank you, Noah. As Noah knows very well, this is a topic that's very dear to my heart because I spend most of my academic career working on this space. But today, let me give you a little bit of information on what's actually happening in the Office of Science. And I'll start by saying thank you for the opportunity to be with you all today to tell you about some of the Office of Science's efforts towards carbon dioxide removal. Removing CO2 from the atmosphere is a compelling challenge, both technologically and scientifically. But most importantly, it's an essential component of our efforts to remediate greenhouse gas fluxes and growing concentrations in the atmosphere and address climate change. Basic research to identify, understand, and control principles that govern the capture, conversion, and storage of CO2 is essential for achieving the net zero and negative emissions goals that we've all laid out. There are promising routes available to us through biology, chemistry, physical methods, and geochemistry. And this means that broad sections of the STEM community have something to contribute to this end. The goal here, obviously, is durable storage of carbon through a combination of approaches that involve mineralization, through conversion of synthesizing molecules and minerals with useful functions, and through long-term sequestration underground. The Office of Science plays a critical role in carbon dioxide removal by providing foundational knowledge of complex phenomena and state-of-the-art capabilities to tackle these challenges. For years, Office of Science has supported theoretical and experimental science to understand chemical, biological, and biological processes and separations, materials, and the geochem related to carbon capture, utilization, and storage. The Office of Basic Energy Science, for example, supports research on a range of materials and chemistries and balances discovery science with energy use inspired research to provide the foundational understanding to enable DOE's energy technology missions. BES research in the area of CCUS provides fundamental scientific knowledge to pursue technologies for carbon management. In a related topic, the Office of Biological and Environmental Research, or BER, provides knowledge that enabling biological removal of CO2 and its storage in biomass and stabilized soil carbon pools. BER also investigates processes occurring at the plant microbiome soil interface, and in particular, how they impact storage and release of carbon from terrestrial ecosystems. One particular focus of BER research is on the dynamic conditions such as transitions to and from drought and the more dramatic conditions associated with changing climate. BER supports research on next generation biosystems design capabilities that permit more sophisticated engineering of plants, microbes, and microbiomes with enhanced CDR and storage attributes. BER has pioneered predictive modeling that range from biological to ecological to climate scale resolutions. These tools are critical to develop CDR approaches and assess their long-term viability. Advancing the momentum we've built within the Office of Science is certainly a priority to us. But it's also important to note that the work has come as a result of productive partnerships between the Office of Science and Energy Technologies Office. In 2022, for example, BES, in coordination with energy efficiency and renewable energy, fossil energy and carbon management, and ARPA-E, held a roundtable on foundational science for carbon dioxide removal technologies to discuss barriers for dilute CO2 capture, conversion, and storage. The roundtable has identified 5 priority research opportunities which will address scientific and technical barriers associated with controlling carbon dioxide transport and reactivity at interfaces, making durable materials that efficiently capture and convert carbon dioxide into long-lived useful products, and achieving secure underground carbon dioxide storage. Research in all of their priority areas is sure going to be able to accelerate design and development of materials and chemical processes for atmospheric carbon dioxide reduction and create the foundational science that is needed for innovative CDR technologies. The Office of Science has a critical role to play in the carbon negative Earthshot and developing the fundamental science that will enable us to meet this challenge. I look forward to hear about your discussions at this summit, and it's been exciting so far to inform Office of Science's research and contribution to successful Earthshots. Best wishes and thank you, Noah.
Yeah, thank you, Asmaret. That's great. Excited to hear everything that's going on with the Office of Science. So next we'll go to Kelly Cummins, who is the acting director for the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations at the DOE. This is the DOE's newest office, but came with a sizable down payment of more than $20 billion in the bipartisan infrastructure law to scale a wide range of clean energy demonstration projects, including in the carbon removal space. So without further ado, Kelly, please take us away.
Thanks for the introduction, Noah. And it's really exciting to be here today talking about carbon dioxide removal. As Noah mentioned, I'm Kelly Cummins, and I'm serving in the new Clean Energy Demonstrations Office at the Department of Energy, and really happy to be here with my colleagues. I think I just learned a lot of what the Office of Science is doing in this space, so it's great. I'm here serving in this important mission at DOE because the International Energy Agency says we need 90 billion worth of demonstration projects globally this decade to achieve our net zero emissions goal by 2050. And as Noah mentioned, thanks to the infrastructure law that was passed in November, the United States is really stepping up with more than $20 billion towards this goal. In my recent outreach efforts, I have received questions about the role of the new office and what this means for emerging technologies that need market adoption to meet our net zero goals. And this includes the carbon dioxide removal technologies. So I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about the intersection of this new office and how it can help support the carbon negative shot. So in the newly established Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, just established in December, we have a clear role in commercializing clean energy technologies and filling a critical innovation gap on the path to achieving our nation's climate goals of net zero emissions by 2050. And how do we do this? We help validate technologies in real world conditions and provide confidence that the technologies work as intended. Our goal is really to scale down risk so that we can scale up clean energy technology deployment and unlock the massive follow-on investment that we need from the private sector. The money that we received in the infrastructure law is incredible, but we know that we need trillions of dollars to really meet our long-term goals. So we want to ensure that every federal dollar that we have is spent in a catalytic way to achieve long-term impact. So in the new office, our mission is to deliver clean energy demonstration projects at scale in partnership with the private sector to accelerate market deployment and adoption, and to help with the equitable transition to a decarbonized energy system. One of the exciting things about this office is that the technologies in our portfolio include clean hydrogen, carbon capture, advanced nuclear, grid scale energy storage, place-based demonstration projects in rural and remote areas and mine land. So we run the gamut of different areas. Specifically regarding carbon dioxide, the infrastructure law provided the new office with about $3.5 billion to oversee 2 carbon management provisions. Those are the carbon capture demonstration projects program, as well as the carbon capture large scale pilots program. And we're working very closely with NOAA and our other colleagues in the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management on these activities. But in addition, and important for today's discussion, we're also working very closely with these colleagues on the Direct Air Capture Hubs program, which is intended to capture carbon dioxide directly from the air and durably store it. As you know, and I'm sure has been repeated in prior sessions earlier today, the UN's recent climate report said that we can no longer meet our climate goals alone through lowering emissions. So we really need to remove carbon from the atmosphere, and that's why this program in particular is so important. Each of the projects that are selected for these regional direct air capture hubs will demonstrate the delivery, storage, and end use of removed atmospheric carbon. And the hubs will have the capacity to capture and then permanently store millions of metric tons of CO2 from the atmosphere, either from a single unit or from multiple interconnected units. So to ensure the success of these projects in the Clean Energy Demos Office, we are standing up a first of its kind Center of Excellence for Demonstration Project Management Oversight. As many of you may know, we've had a mixed track record in the past when it comes to demonstration project management. So to help these projects thrive, we're trying to ensure appropriate front-end planning and due diligence to account for those hard lessons learned from prior demonstration projects. We want to do this important work during the early stages or early phases of projects and create this center of excellence for oversight at the department that can support multiple different projects. In this role, our new office will implement its own portfolio of demonstration projects, as well as support other DOE programs as they manage similar capital-intensive, large-scale demonstration projects like the direct air capture hubs. And what we're really trying to do is ensure a consistent approach to implementation across the department. Furthermore, what we'd like to do is make sure that we're sharing our expertise and our learnings so we can continually improve our track record of technology demonstration projects at DOE. I think many of you know that part of achieving this high standard of excellence includes demonstrating that these projects are viable in specific communities. We know that infrastructure projects in particular can have big impacts on communities. Some provide substantial opportunities for benefits, but some also generate the potential for negative impacts. So we are planning to make sure that we have meaningful two-way public engagement that allows communities to shape projects. And we will do that through the full project lifecycle. And then finally, we're focused on building a strong team to help us manage this huge scope of work. We're hiring close to 300 people across a range of different positions, from project management expertise to grants management specialists to engineers and more. We're looking to fill a number of vacancies, so please help us get the word out. I'll stop there. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thanks so much, Kelly. Now I'd like to move it over to Dr. Ushma Kirplani, who serves as the commercialization executive at the Department of Energy's Office of Technology Transitions. She's on loan from one of our national labs, Argonne National Lab. Dr. Kirplani, over to you.
Thank you, Noah. It's truly a great pleasure to join this panel from OTT. I'll start with a brief description of my office for people who don't know it very well. The Office of Technology Transitions is charged with maturing the development of DOE-funded technologies with the goal of commercial deployment. So we partner closely with the various programs in the department, both in the Office of Science and in the applied energy areas, to understand, inform, help articulate their goals for the innovations coming out of the R&D that they fund. And we worked with them to identify the path to commercialization outcomes, and we help execute them. We also coordinate with the later stage commercialization offices inside DOE, such as the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations that Kelly just described, and the Loan Programs Office. A strong element of across the department of forwarding these commercialization outcomes is the focus on reducing inequity for the communities that are most affected by rising greenhouse gas emissions, and therefore will stand to benefit the most from reducing them. So within the DOE complex, and indeed in the country, the DOE national labs are premier engines of innovation. where the bulk of the DOE funded R&D is performed and where the advancements made that are leading us to a decarbonized electric grid by 2035, and that will lead us to the net zero carbon economy in 2050. So OTT works also closely with the national labs to promote their innovations and to identify and then bring on board partners from the private sector who will drive the development of these technologies to address the issues in their industries and thus onto adoption at a commercial scale in an economic fashion. We've created a portfolio of ways that we achieve the goals of our office. And I'll just mention a couple of the most relevant ones in the context of the work that we're doing with your office, Noah, with the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. So a big one of these and one of OTT's flagship funding programs is the Technology Commercialization Fund. The TCF is an annual award of grants that jumpstart collaborative R&D between companies and national labs. And we do this in various industrial sectors, companies both big and small, with the goal of proving out national lab inventions and innovations for the new products and services that companies are developing. Over the years, the department has enabled hundreds of company national lab joint development agreements through the TCF with some very valuable outcomes for the private sector. And FECM and OTT are currently working on an exciting new format for FECM's new Technology Commercialization Fund Awards for this year, as you know, Noah. We hope to target specific high value and very broadly felt problems in the CDR removal, CDR industry, in order to lower the barrier to commercial adoption for emerging CDR techniques, and also to enable many more players of various sizes to compete in this space. So look for that to be announced in the near future. As Secretary Granholm said earlier, it's very widely recognized that the net zero decarbonization by 2050 goal is going to require massive quantities of CDR, in the range of a few tens of gigatons per year globally, very much up from where we are at our current level of a few megatons per year. Which means that the pace of development and deployment of CDR needs to be stepped up drastically. And a key category of market participant that will help demonstrate new business models and prove out new technologies are startups and small companies. This is especially true in the US and has traditionally contributed to our repeated successes in bringing new tech to market. CDR is a very exciting area right now, and the recent regression notwithstanding, there is a significant interest from private investors in funding emerging climate tech, of which CDR is a very significant part. OTT has developed a very popular program called EPIC, or Energy Program for Innovation Clusters, that awards grants to technology incubators that will provide the resources to small companies to start in the space and hopefully to succeed to the next stage of their growth. EPIC aims to grow regional capability in climate tech development, and this is as a means of enhancing economic opportunities, but especially in underserved communities. So I'll mention one more element of OTT's work with the department's decarbonization efforts and with the various programs in the department. OTT seeks to bring in the perspective, as we work on the crosscuts and other teams, of market analysis, what the market participants need, and the issues and gaps in domestic supply chains and manufacturing, so that the Department of Energy's programs can target those key gaps. So we're very excited to help FECM take what we learned from the summit and from all the participants and incorporate them into our commercialization plans for CDR going forward. And I'll just end by saying that I encourage anyone who would like to learn more about DOE's programs in this space or OTT's programs to reach out to us. Thank you. Back to you, Noah.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Yusma. Next, I'll turn it over to Kelly Spitzbachman, who's the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for our Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, where Kelly oversees the planning and execution of that organization's $3.2 billion portfolio of research, development, demonstration, and deployment activities across energy efficiency, renewable energy, and sustainable transportation. Kelly, over to you.
Thanks so much, Noah. I'm excited to join y'all today, although now I'm already stressed looking up at that timer thing there for 5 minutes or less. So, well, as you heard in the preceding panel led by Deputy Secretary Turk, We at DOE are laser focused on equitably transitioning the US to a clean energy economy. And that doesn't mean just solar and wind. It includes other technologies like efficiency and clean fuels. And we know we can't combat that climate crisis and fully transition to a clean energy economy without carbon dioxide removal technologies. And that's why we've been working really hard to break down these silos across the Department of Energy and working together to achieve the carbon negative shot. In EERE, as we like to call it, we're working closely with our colleagues in the office, especially in the offices of fossil energy and carbon management and the Office of Science, to establish a technology roadmap for CDR. We support many of these activities in carbon dioxide removal, particularly in our bioenergy offices and our water power technologies offices. So on bioenergy, one of the ways we can remove CO2 from the atmosphere is really sustainably producing what we're aiming for is over 1 billion tons of biomass. And these renewable carbon sources can be used to make sustainable aviation fuels, renewable diesel, and bio-based chemicals. Sustainably produced biomass can also be used for CDR. By developing technologies that produce renewable energy from biomass and then permanently storing the emitted carbon, we can produce carbon negative renewable energy. The Bioenergy Technologies Office, or BETO office, has interest in many approaches to CDR, including soil carbon storage, biomass carbon removal and storage, or bikers, as they like to call it, and combining direct air capture technologies with algae production. Approaches for increasing soil carbon storage have been used to reduce the carbon intensity of feedstocks for those biofuels. And BETO has long-standing investments in soil organic carbon and healthy forest management, like the BioRestore FOA funding opportunity announcement that came out in fiscal year 2019, and the Landscape Design FOA, which came out in fiscal year 2014. Now, additionally, as part of the US Drive partnership between the department and the transportation industry, the Net Zero Tech team assesses the potential of renewable fuel pathways to achieve that carbon net zero or negative emissions through a number of advanced carbon mitigation strategies. And this analysis is done by a collaborative team of experts across several national labs. And currently, BETO is co-funding a study with the Carbon Management Office titled The Roads to Removal, a high-resolution assessment of CO2 removal cost and capacity in the US, which is a nationwide CDR analysis. And this assessment is going to provide an unbiased, hopefully bottom-up quantitative analysis of county-level CO2 removal capacities and costs, a supply curve specifically in the terrestrial US, with the goal of delineating the resources required for achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Now, another important form of CDR for EERE is marine carbon dioxide removal, or MCDR. Our Water Power Technologies Office funds technology R&D in marine energy from waves, tides, river and ocean currents, and salinity, thermal, and pressure gradients to power at sea and coastal blue economy and grid scale applications. Since seawater stores almost 150 times more carbon than air, marine CDR, or MCDR, removing that carbon dioxide from the ocean, really has major potential to mitigate the effects of climate change. And our marine office is working hard on that. We're investing in foundational R&D and MCDR to understand the opportunities while we're, again, moving forward towards how we can demonstrate and deploy. Most recently, the WPTO office announced a $600,000 lab call topic for the national labs to advance marine CDR approaches. So as this carbon negative shot progresses, make sure to keep an eye out for public announcements of funding for CDR activities. And I think I speak on behalf of EERE as a whole when I say we're really excited to fund and develop and deploy these technologies that are necessary to capture CO2. So thanks so much, really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. And to all of my colleagues at DOE, when we put this agenda together, they said, no way, you can explain everything that's going on at DOE on carbon removal in 30 minutes. Turns out they were right. But I think that's the exciting thing today, is that there's just so much happening. And as you can see, we are not focused on a single CDR pathway. We're thinking about carbon removal as an outcome, and any of the innovative ways that we can get there, the better. So just really briefly, what's happening at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management before we turn it over to our next panel. Our office is focused on projects. We need to get way more happening at the 1,000-ton to 10,000-ton per year scale. And we deploy a wide range of tools to help bring some of the exciting innovation that we've heard happening at RPE, the Office of Science, to the stage where we can test it in the real world and then eventually scale it into the market with the help of our colleagues in some of the demonstration focused offices. So for us, that looks like a wide range of funding tools, but we also are supportive of a lot of the different analysis that happens across the group. And part of that analysis is making sure that we're helping to connect the community on this. I would like to just flag that we released a carbon matchmaker tool last week, and an interactive diagram on all of the different carbon management work that we have across the department. It's a great place to learn what's going on and to engage with other people. So if you're developing an interesting capture technology and want to find people who are developing storage solutions nearby, this is the tool for you. We also are doing a whole bunch of things around scholarships, and recently released a program for college students to work on carbon transportation optimization. And so you can check out our website for more information on that. So I'll pause there in the interest of time, but just want to say that there's an immense amount of work going on across the department. Back to the Deputy Secretary's announcement that we have to make this work, and it's going to require a ton of hard work across a ton of different solutions and a lot of different dimensions, and we're excited to make that happen. So what I'd love to do now is shift gears. We've heard the lightning talks about what's happening at DOE. Now, how does that fit in the broader social, political, and economic landscape that we see today, especially with all of the key pieces around climate action happening around the world in different sectors of society? And very excited to introduce Rob Meyer, who is a climate writer at The Atlantic. And Rob has been a recipient of the American Society of Magazine Editors Next Award for journalists under 30, and is really a rising star in the field of climate reporting. So without further ado, what I'd love to do is turn it over to Rob to introduce our next panel and to take it away from there. So Rob, over to you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to this panel. And without further ado, I will turn it over to our panelists, who I will now introduce. We're talking today about the economic, social, and political ramifications of carbon dioxide removal, how to think about it. And this is actually quite a high-powered panel, and I'm excited to share the stage with them. So first, I want to welcome Anna Fendley, who's the United Steelworkers Director of Regulatory and State Policy. She's been with the union for over a decade and previously served as their Associate Legislative Director and in their Health, Safety, and Environment Division. She also previously represented the United Steelworkers on the Blue-Green Alliance Steering Committee. I also want to welcome Dr. Clea Kloster, who's a partner and the head of science at Lower Carbon Capital and leads all of the firm's technical research, development, diligence, and scientific strategy efforts. She's always been focused on innovation, technology, business models, and policy. She also sits on the technical advisory board of Third Derivative, which is a science-driven climate innovation accelerator founded by the Rocky Mountain Institute. And she's a founding fellow of OnDeck's first climate tech program. She also finally holds her PhD in chemical engineering and energy policy at the Imperial College London. And her PhD work focused on the techno-economics of large-scale carbon capture and storage systems, kind of exactly some of what we'll be talking about today. Next, I want to welcome Dr. Ugbad Kosar, who is the Deputy Director of Policy at Carbon 180. She leads the organization's environmental justice initiative and forestry efforts, and she has more than 9 years of experience in this area. She previously worked for the City of Ottawa, informing municipal and provincial environmental legislation on the ground, and she develops policy before that she developed policy for a grassroots environmental organization and the City of Edmonton. Next, someone who needs no introduction, Dr. Arun Majumdar, who's the J. Precourt Provostial Chair Professor at Stanford University, a faculty member of the Departments of Mechanical Engineering and Materials Science and Engineering by courtesy, the Senior Fellow and former Director of the Precourt Institute for Energy. He is also on faculty at the Department of Photon Science at SLAC. But you may know him best because in 2009, he was nominated by President Obama and confirmed to be the founding director of the Advanced Research Projects Agency in Energy, or ARPA-E, where he served until June 2012. And he helped turn ARPA-E into what it is today. Also during that time, during his stint in government, he was acting under Secretary of Energy, and he oversaw the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, the Office of Electricity Delivery and Reliability, the Office of Nuclear Energy, and the Office of Fossil Energy. He was also a senior advisor to then Secretary of Energy, Dr. Stephen Chu, and he served on the science team in 2010 to help stop the leak of the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. Finally, I want to welcome Dr. Nan Ransahoff, who is not a doctor, but whose presence we welcome nonetheless, who's currently head of climate at Stripe, where her team is working to kickstart a market for permanent carbon removal. She also leads Frontier, which is a $925 million advanced market commitment to accelerate carbon removal. I've done some reporting on them, absolutely fascinating effort. Previously to that, she led product and business teams at OPower, Nest, Uber, and most recently at Neuro, where she was head of product. So panelists, welcome. Welcome to the panel. Thank you for making time to talk today. Nan, I would like to start with you, and Clay, I'm going to welcome you to hop in as the opportunity occurs, and let's toss it to you after this. But can you just give us a sense, Stripe is in the position now of overseeing or looking into many different kind of companies selling carbon removal options. Can you start by giving us just a sense of the state of CDR as an industry, how big it is, even in dollar terms, and how it's changed over the past few years?
Yeah, so I think over the past few years, it is, made a huge amount of progress, and we still have an enormous way to go. If we start by thinking about what needs to be true by 2050, with 5 gigatons of removal needed every year at $100 a ton, that is a $500 billion per year market size that we need to build globally for carbon removal. For context, at the end of 2021, about $30 million total had been spent on permanent CDR. There is obviously a massive gap. That's cumulative versus $500 billion per year. That's on the demand side. On the supply side, what we've noticed through our work at Stripe Climate and now through Frontier is we are buying carbon removal years into the future at very small volumes from the companies that we're looking at. And we're very happy to do this, but I think it also illustrates the fact that there is a massive supply shortage right now. We need to get a lot more companies to the starting line and then help them scale up faster so that we have a risk-adjusted portfolio for buyers to actually buy.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, and thanks, Rob, for having us. That I'd say just a few years ago, the conversation around carbon removal mainly revolved around probably 2 kind of categories of solutions, and I think we've spoken about them earlier today: bioenergy with CCS and direct air capture with CCS. Also, just a few years ago, there were only about 3 companies that were focusing on direct air capture. And I think bioenergy with CCS was generally considered to be an effort that the industrial sector would pursue. Today, you have over 100 companies that are focused on CDR. Many more need to come, but I'd say that there's a much broader distinction now between carbon removal options, that that start with direct air capture and CCS, bioenergy with CCS, but go all the way to a lot of the ocean ecosystem and ocean and blue carbon solutions that we're starting to see more of and developing more solutions around. And there's a lot in between, whether it's enhanced weathering or soil carbon sequestration that are being developed and that need to continue to have innovation around them. From the lower carbon perspective, I'll highlight that we, along with Frontier, Lower Carbon Capital now has a $350 million fund entirely dedicated to backing the carbon removal industry as a whole and investing in early stage companies that are developing new solutions to CDR, but also enablers to the CDR industry.
Can I ask, are you seeing a particular almost third front emerge? I mean, I think at this point, the direct carbon removal, kind of direct atmospheric removal companies are probably the most famous in the space. There's acknowledgement or awareness of these blue carbon companies using ocean systems. Is there like a third front where you can see corporations or startups beginning to congregate around some technique that maybe we weren't even thinking of a few years ago? There may not be too. I mean,
I think there's still a lot of focus around direct air capture as well as bioenergy with CCS. I mean, historically, I think the biggest supply of CDR has been reforestation, right, and land-based, nature-based solutions. Now, there's generally recognition that monitoring, reporting, and verification around those need to be better understood and better pursued. But then that there are also other options like enhanced weathering, for example, which is the grinding up of rocks and spreading them on land or in the ocean to increase the amount of CO2 uptake and mineralization. That I'd say that's probably a new category that's that we're seeing more focus on, or new companies coming to life around, and some of what Frontier and Stripe have been leading the way on in terms of incentivizing and bringing those to light.
Great, thank you. And I want to turn to you. I think so far we've heard from the finance side, so I want to hear from the labor side a little bit. How does CDR matter for even how the union approaches these issues, for how you think about these issues? And can I add, are there any places on the ground where this is starting to matter for workers, especially workers not employed at a startup, but employed at a more traditional steelmaking company or a unionized company?
Yeah, thanks so much for the question, Rob, and thanks to DOE for having us here. It's a really good question. I think because the climate conversation has been hard in the labor movement. It's largely focused on job loss in traditional sectors and how we use technological solutions to prevent that. And I think the opportunities of CDR, the potential for meeting the goals of this Earthshot could help us tell a different story for workers. This is really about building from the ground up this new industry. It's not about replacing jobs. It's not presenting opportunities for corporations to lower job quality or get rid of unions through technological change. It really does present the opportunity for this vision that I think most of us share on building from the ground up a high road, domestically supplied, unionized industry. Obviously, it's still in very nascent stages. I mean, that's why DOE has launched this Earthshot several months ago. So I don't think rank and file on the ground workers are seeing the impacts yet, but our union sees this as really important in the long term for workers who could work in this industry and the manufacturing workers who could be part of the supply chain.
When you talk to rank and file, is this something that they kind of intuitively understand? Is it something they believe in? Or is it kind of like, well, I promise, down the road, this is going to happen, but nothing to show for it yet? What is the response among kind of rank and file when you have those conversations?
I think generally Americans are skeptical that we can do many of the things that we need to do. But I think that's the opportunity that this Earthshot presents. we need to have some successes, even with just a few of the startups out there, and start telling stories about those successes for people to believe it.
Thanks. Bart, I want to turn to you and say, how do you think about the social ramifications of this? Particularly, let's say, you work on EJ for Carbon 180, but also just in terms of any community getting a facility like this, or even being considered for a facility like this. What have you seen so far, and just even how do you go about thinking about the challenges here?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. I think first off, all approaches to solving climate change have those social environmental justice ramifications. So it isn't really unique to carbon removal per se. I mean, all climate policy has to center justice and equity to be successful. I think with the carbon removal space in particular, though, what we see is that it's just not well known to the general public. So there's polling out there that shows that that they just aren't as familiar with the different ins and outs of what carbon removal is. So what we do in the next few years, I think will really set the stage for societal acceptance or rejection, and also the future of potentially equitable, hopefully equitable CDR deployment. So how can we address these impacts, I think, if we don't have that shared understanding and shared language? So the first thing I often think about is the need for more education, so that communities themselves can actually highlight what their specific concerns are, what co-benefits they want to see, what configuration or what type of carbon removal project is appropriate for them, and where projects ultimately need to be canceled altogether. So education is definitely the first piece I think of. The second is just power dynamics. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done to reroute power and decision-making ability to communities to avoid that inequitable deployment. So we think about things like community oversight boards, or robust and transparent public engagement processes, community benefit agreements. I mean, different ways to make sure that the power decision-making is going back to communities themselves. And then the third thing that I think about is the research needs. So we have a lot of like the technological understanding and the feasibility of these technologies, but there's a huge lack of social science understanding and the human technology interactions when it comes to, in particular, technological CDR. So without that information, we can't really deepen our understanding of those impacts and also address the concerns head on. So those are a couple of things that immediately come to mind for me when I think of the social EJ ramifications.
When you think about the next few years, I mean, as you said, this is going to be a period that makes a difference in kind of how communities perceive this, or just, Americans perceive this. What do you worry about? Or what do you think needs to happen that hasn't happened yet that could get some buy-in from folks?
I mean, I worry that environmental justice isn't going to be taken seriously in the carbon removal field altogether. So when carbon removal was first coming up, there was a real focus on mitigating emissions altogether. There wasn't really a focus on what are the impacts to the communities, what are the job implications, what are the health implications. And if we don't take those considerations just as seriously as the technological feasibility, then we're going to see communities reject these projects, or we're going to see projects forcibly put into communities that don't want it. And that's also just going to reinforce environmental injustice. So for me, my main concern is making sure that environmental justice is actually integrated into carbon removal space. I also want to make sure that there's a lot of transparency. So whether it's through public funding, making sure that what actually is happening on the ground, and that there's accountability in the space. And then lastly, I think making sure that we don't have one or two people or decision makers or companies sort of dictating what the field is going to look like, but making sure that everybody is involved in that process, because it should be a collective piece if, again, we're thinking about that environmental justice piece.
Thanks. Dr. Majumdar, I want to turn to you next, and having heard this kind of array of different perspectives on carbon removal, and with your own expertise, I think that what I was most curious about hearing from you is, how do you think about taking CDR from where it is right now as a site of a lot of federal investment and startup funding and some R&D spending, and turning it into an actual industry? What's your model for thinking about that change, and what worries you about what we're about to attempt?
Well, first of all, thank you to the Department of Energy for inviting me. It's glad to be here with the team, the panel out here. Great points. Well, I think it's clear that without removing CO2 from the atmosphere, and I would also add not just CO2, this is a carbon negative, includes methane. Let's not forget methane. And so both CO2 and methane, removing the carbon from the atmosphere, if you don't do this at the tens of gigaton scale per year, we will be in trouble into meeting the Paris Agreement, 2 degrees. So that is, I think that's well established now by various studies, whether it's national academies or IPCC, et cetera. Now, the question is, how do we get to, there are 2 things. One is cost and scale. And R&D and infrastructure is embedded in both of them. In the cost, today, if you take, I'm going to divide this into sort of natural climate solutions, as was pointed out, and the other is in the chemical removal of CO2 from the atmosphere. Let me first focus on the chemical removal. Today, if you look at the amount of energy that is needed to remove, which energy means cost, it is roughly around 2,000 to 2,500 kilowatt hours of energy per ton. 80 to 90% of that is heat, not electricity. And so we have to ask the question, how do we get decarbonized heat? If at that level, we are going to do, at scale, if we go to scale at that energy consumption, just to put the numbers, 1 gigaton of CO2 per year, if we want to remove from the atmosphere, will require about 2,000 terawatt hours of GHG-free energy. How much does the United States produce per year? Electricity, 4,000 terawatt hours, right? So it is very important to tie up CDR, chemical removal, with carbon-free sources of heat. And I think we need to think of it from a system level point of view. So for example, how about connecting geothermal, which is low temperature heat, to CDR? How about connecting nuclear heat? Nuclear is struggling in the electricity sector. How about taking that decarbonized heat and connecting it to CDR? And I think that connection is going to be very, very important to be able to reduce the cost. This requires R&D. We are a factor of 20 away from the theoretical limit. We cannot defy the laws of physics, no matter how much money we throw at it. So we are a factor of 20 away. Can we get to a factor of 5 away or a factor of 4 away? That requires R&D. R&D not only in materials, sorption, materials, but also in the system level. And this is the RD&D that is required to bring down the cost. If you do not bring down the cost, it doesn't scale. So that's on the chemical removal. On the photosynthetic route, it is very important. Deforestation or reforestation or afforestation is going to be very important. But you also have to connect it. I think someone mentioned this, to biomass. There was a report written about more than a decade ago called the billion-ton study. And that is on agricultural waste. So, and that at that time, the interest was all about making biofuels. Well, that in a story has run itself out. And yes, we need to make biofuels, but the value of carbon in crop residues is more than the value of fuel in those crop residues. So we need to think about using biomass. And if you don't do anything to biomass, it'll produce methane at some point. So it's very important to look at things like biochar. Can you charify it at a very low cost and put the carbon back in the soil, which is where a lot of it came from? And those approaches, which really broaden the whole realm of negative emissions, have to be considered. If you do the numbers, it is possible to do that. In fact, you have to think about scale first and see what can be tweaked to actually get to lower costs, and it can get to about $100 or lower per ton. None of this scaling will happen unless there's a price on carbon. Whether there's a direct price on carbon or an indirect price. Direct price is a tax on carbon. And it is very important to distinguish that between the 45 Qs. These are incentives. These are the carrots. But at some point, you got to have a stick. Otherwise, it does not scale economy-wide. And then either a direct price on carbon or an indirect price, which is a clean energy standard kind of indirect price. If you don't have that, it is unlikely to scale to the economy-wide, which is what is needed, to the gigaton scale. Let me pause.
So Is your understanding? Thank you. Is your understanding that basically without any kind of, let me actually press a little on this. If we don't have a clean energy standard, a negative or a positive, an indirect or a direct price on carbon over the next decade, is it going to be possible to continue to scale these industries, or is it really, is there still progress that can be made, or is that going to just stop our efforts? Because it's looking less and less likely that we're going to have either, I would say.
Well, I think, first of all, I think it is important to do the R, D, and D, because without that, there is no scaling. So what, for example, what Stripe is doing right now, and we talk once in a while, this is absolutely critical. What they're doing is to providing that initial subsidy, so to speak, or the equivalent of 45Q, to be able to bring down, to scale it to some point, to bring down the cost. You have to get on a learning curve. And to do that, you need N plants. The first plant is not enough. And so that is very important to do that. And that demonstrates, that de-risks it for bankability in the future, that demonstration. But at the end of the day, if you really want economy-wide, at a gigaton scale, that's economy-wide, it's unlikely to happen if there's no price on carbon, whether it's direct or indirect. I don't see a way that companies are going to do it without actually getting paid for it at scale.
Dr. Kolster, can I turn this to you? Because obviously the existence or lack thereof of a price on carbon or an indirect price on carbon is quite a big news story right now. How are lower carbon capital portfolio companies thinking about getting through the next 10 years if the only kind of support that exists is the kind of policy support that the DOE is ready to provide and exists in the infrastructure bill, or it may exist in future similar bills, but not the kind of economy scale clean energy pricing or carbon pricing that we thought we might get? Does that factor into how they're doing their math, or is that already something that many of these companies thought that they might not get in the next 10 years anyway?
Yeah, I think for the most part, the expectation, at least in the next 10 years, was that one, there's probably some element of the private sector that's driving the demand for carbon removal credits. That's Frontier, but it's also a number of other corporations globally that have made commitments to net zero goals, and as part of that, to incentivizing carbon removal. There's another group that's escaping, of which the name is escaping me right now, but that has similarly an objective to achieve a certain level of carbon removal incentivization. There are also policies on the state level that remain in place that in principle could continue to incentivize carbon removal. I think there's generally recognition that there's net zero goals, whether it's on a corporation level or on a state level, will need to include some form of carbon removal, and that factors in what you call the carbon abatement cost curve, and some carbon removal solutions ultimately being today or in the near future with granted RD&D, less expensive than abating some of the last 5-10% of emissions for an entire state like California or New York. That creates further incentive for these solutions.
Got it. Thank you. That it makes sense. I want to, for our viewers, I want to say we're about to go to audience questions. So start thinking about your questions. If you want to type things into the Q&A box, we will take them. If you start typing your questions in, then I will bring them to our panel. But to the whole panel, I'm curious to ask, what kind of institutional structures do you think need to exist to create a domestic carbon removal industry? And I'd almost ask for like a rose and a thorn here. Is there something that you think is worth emulating, perhaps from the past, a structure the government has used in the past that could work? Is there something that worries you that you don't think the government should do, or that you think could be a major sticking point? I'm going to engage in a bit of Zoom chaos and say, I don't have a particular, if you're ready to answer, you should unmute yourself and go. So I'm going to turn it to the panel. your rose and your thorn for institutional CDR, and then I'll traffic cop two people talk at once.
I mean, I'm happy to kick us off really quickly on that one.
Perfect.
I think what's interesting with the carbon negative shot is it encompasses land and tech approaches. So that brings all sorts of agencies across the federal government into the place. So the challenge that I see here is getting a lot of that effective coordination and communication going, and to be able to have those shared, standards and languages and approaches towards this goal. A good example could be the Sunshot, for example, which kind of shows how one department sort of went big for one specific technology and was successful. That being said, that was one department or like one agency that was overseeing this, and we're looking at a very interagency approach. So there's going to be larger challenges, I think, throughout this space, but I think there's an interesting opportunity for thinking about the role of the federal government in coordinating, and then thinking about like a large federal procurement effort altogether.
Yeah, I would mostly reemphasize the role that the federal government can play in creating a standardization around carbon removal. In particular, how do you think about the scalability of a solution? What are the kinds of resources that are required for it, whether that's energy or land or water? How do you incentivize solutions to be cost effective? How do you think of second order impacts, whether those are positive co-benefits or negative impacts, and ensuring that those are always accounted for? How do you limit reversibility, or how do you create a standard around limited reversibility of a particular solution? So like if it's reforestation that has high chance of being subject to wildfires, then shouldn't that standard be different from something like DAC with geologic sequestration of CO2? And then how do you ensure traceability of a particular solution and maximize additionality of a particular solution, and creating standards around those? Otherwise, I would say that there's a real importance around storage in particular, which is something that I think and I hope that we'll be talking about incentivizing from a federal government standpoint, and ensuring that there are clear standards around that, as well as acceleration around that.
Anna, can I bring you in and ask, when you think about, or when you've worked in labor in the past and thought about major kind of collaborations between companies and labor and the government, something that has happened, let's say, less frequently in the United States than other countries, are there particular models of collaboration here, or of erecting kind of domestic industries that didn't previously exist that your mind goes to?
Yeah, it's a great question, and something that I think DOE really needs to look into. I think that's where we see particular opportunity here, the rose, so to speak, for DOE to actually bake in kind of something like a tripartite model, or really intentionally play matchmaker on advancing innovative partnerships on supply chains and on workforce development, so that we're baking in those high road economic conditions from the start, as opposed to just hoping they'll come later.
Dr. Majumdar, what are you thinking about in terms of what structure should exist or what could be copied from the past? I mean, something that came to mind when during your earlier comment was that if we're trying to co-locate with geothermal or with nuclear, are there policies on the table that would let us do that? Or is it just the kind of government's plenary power here to get everyone on the same page? Right.
So, I mean, as you know, we hope we don't shut down more nuclear plants, number one. I think they could be, one should, if you're doing a chemical-based CDR, it doesn't need, there's geographical flexibility in that to some extent. And I think it may be worth thinking about, one has to think differently, frankly, because there's an urgency in this matter, which I don't think should be forgotten. And so one should really think about whether we could repurpose some of the carbon-free heat to do CDR. I also think that, I think someone pointed out in the comments, solar thermal. Solar thermal is kind of out of the, it's not in vogue right now because the cost is a little higher than PV. well, maybe this may be the way to bring solar thermal back and look at CDR. I think in the ag side, I agree with the reforestation and afforestation. That's important. I also think, and this is one has to again think creatively, whether the agricultural sector is capturing CO2. Only 10% of the crops are actually food. The rest is going away, and we're not utilizing that carbon that is already sucked up. And I think incentivizing, and this is a program potentially between DOE and USDA, to see if you can incentivize farmers to actually put that carbon back in the soil in a way that is inert, so it doesn't produce methane. And so one has to look for sort of a system-wide approaches, and I couldn't agree more about standards then, because there's a lot of uncertainties in the carbon trading that happens. And if there's uncertainty, there's mistrust. And if there's mistrust, there won't be transaction happening. I mean, if we just look at the situation right now, more than 60% of the Fortune 500 companies have some kind of climate commitments they want to do. Microsoft is getting into this business, right? But they need trust in the system to be able to do the carbon trading. And thereby the standards that the government, as a neutral entity, we could do that at Stanford, but we would prefer the government to do this. And if the government can do it, then there's at least a standard where you can have the transactions to happen. So I think there's we have to think outside the box of just DOE right now.
The classic XKCD about inventing new standards because the last standard failed, or the last standard wasn't widely adopted enough. We're going to do lightning round audience questions. First for Nan from Colby Freeman, what are the key factors that Frontier is looking for in their carbon removal partners other than price? So what is the number one factor other than price that you look for in your procurement partners?
There isn't a single factor, but essentially we have a set of criteria that we've published on frontierclimate.com. Essentially what we're looking for is more than 1,000 years of permanence. We're looking for solutions that don't compete with other sources of arable land. And we're looking for a path to sub $100 a ton and more than half a gigaton per year from a solution. So we are comfortable and okay buying carbon removal from early stage solutions that are expensive today, so long as we think that there is a path for them to be low cost and high volume in the future. And then the one other thing I'll highlight is, in addition to assessing companies at the individual level, we're also assessing companies holistically and trying to build a risk-adjusted portfolio, since, as a number of folks have mentioned, there are different risks with enhanced rock weathering than there are with direct air capture. And we need to make sure that we're building a diverse portfolio, because there are a lot of unknowns and we don't know how big some of these solutions can ultimately get.
Dr. Colster, are you seeing, and I think you'll want to jump in here too, but I want to let lower carbon answer first. Do you see any effects of the current market headwinds on the expansion of the carbon removal market? There's been a slowdown in VC. Are you seeing that either from CDR companies trying to raise, from companies that already exist that are going in for a Series A or Series B? What's this been like from the climate tech perspective?
Yeah, I think, more broadly for climate tech in general, what we're seeing is that actually a lot of the companies that we're investing in and the solutions that are being developed are ones that are getting us out of the mess that the current crisis has kind of come from, whether that's energy security or food security or mineral security. With respect to carbon removal, I think it's still very early. We're not seeing any particular impact just yet on new solutions. I think there's still an excitement and an encouragement from the Frontier Fund announcement and others that continue to claim net zero goals, that there will be more than a multi-billion-dollar market for carbon removal. And so we're still seeing those going forward. Obviously, there's the question of, okay, if it's not the federal government that's incentivizing this, then who will it be? Will we continue to see efforts on the state level? Will we continue to see private corporations fund this work? That is an open question. I don't think it has trickled down just yet in terms of private markets within climate tech, just because of how acute the issues are around the market dynamics.
I'll pile on. I'll go for it.
Please. No, please.
I do think that that an economic recession does pose real risks for this field, in large part because carbon removal in particular, these are voluntary commitments. They are not required. They're not required actions. And so right now we are relying on the voluntary market, and the voluntary market can get us to first base, but it's not going to get us all the way there. And so we're effectively buying ourselves time to get the right policies in place to create a 500 billion plus market for carbon removal in the future. The thing that I think, for me, like mitigates this concern a little bit is, recessions last a couple of years. We are in this for the next, many decades. And so I'm hoping that we can at least, I think the most important thing right now is to get as many promising solutions to the table and give them the time they need to experiment and figure out, what a path to scale for them even looks like. This is a really valuable time. So let's make sure that these great companies are not bottlenecked in that growth. But we are, the volunteer markets are buying time to get a real policy solution in place.
If we started to see a real, and this is for anyone, I think you may have the most expertise on it. If we started to see a real downturn and some of these companies turn and some of the IP get lost, is there any, or companies start to kind of liquidate what they know and their assets, is there any ability right now to capture that knowledge either as a policy matter or in any of the larger institutions that exist? Because I think one thing I've been thinking about lately is when during previous downturns in renewable energy, during earlier stages of technological development, obviously, there was great research that was done and then kind of the IP was lost.
Clay, I'm curious what you think.
The thing is, there's startups are very important in accelerating innovation. You do that outside of being within a big corporation, and you really catalyze change because all you're doing is focusing on this new area of innovation. I think we know that there is also an existing industry that has the skill sets, if required, to go and deploy many of these solutions. I think then there's the question. I'm thinking in particular of the oil and gas industry. I think there's obviously a question around whether the community will respond well to that. Probably not. But yeah, I think that's still an open question. And so will that impede progress? Yeah, most likely.
Thanks. It turns out recession's bad. Last question from Carlos at E&E. What is the most important change DOE could make when engaging with environmental justice advocates for environmental groups, as you see it, or as you've talked to the groups?
That's a really good question. I think the first thing that comes to mind is justice-centered funding opportunities. So maybe making funding contingent on meeting different public engagement milestones, for example, or creating opportunities for minority-owned businesses or entrepreneurs. Funding for offices that support stakeholder engagement is huge. I know that the DOE doesn't really have too much control over that. It's through the appropriations process, but any way to uplift that I think is important. Research partnerships with MSIs, so minority serving institutions and community colleges, to help co-create research that can be shared by those trusted actors. And then the last thing is probably, with the global justice perspective, at least, supporting efforts through technology and knowledge transfer. So looking at mission innovation, for example, to make sure that we're also, whatever we're learning, the successes and the failures can also be translated over to global South countries that perhaps are interested in thinking about carbon removal.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I want to thank our panelists again. If we were in person, I'd say let's give them a round of applause. Of course, we're on Zoom, not an option, but in your home, give them a round of applause. And I want to thank you all for a really great conversation. This is such a fascinating topic in that it does seem like there exists a bipartisan mandate to fund the kind of creation of this industry, and how that's going to change. We just haven't done that many times in the United States, and how that will look and how that will play out over the next 5 or 10 years is absolutely fascinating. And so with that, I want to turn it back over to Noah.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rob, and to all the panelists. I feel like I could just sit here all day eating popcorn, listen to you guys talk carbon removal. This is great. what I would love to do is introduce our innovation panel, talking all things carbon removal, R&D, and early stage commercialization. To lead that panel, I'd like to introduce our Undersecretary for Science and Innovation, Dr. Jerry Richmond. In her role at DOE, Dr. Richmond oversees our applied research and development areas of nuclear, fossil, renewable energy, and the department's national labs and their user facilities. So without further ado, Dr. Richmond, take us away.
Great, thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here today on this really important topic. I'd like to get my screen all working. I'd like to introduce our esteemed panel that's joining us today for the innovation panel to discuss how we address the research and development challenges in carbon dioxide removal in order to capture and durably store carbon pollution at scale by 2032. So I've got here Dr. Brian Anderson is the director of the U.S. Department of Energy's National Energy Technology Laboratory. Under his leadership, NEDL's carbon dioxide removal program is fostering research and development focused on direct air capture and storage, with emerging research in other carbon dioxide removal pathways, such as enhanced mineralization. In 2021, the Biden administration named him the executive director of the Interagency Working Group on Coal and Power Plant Communities and Economic Revitalization to help ensure the shift to a clean energy economy creates good paying jobs, spurs economic revitalization, remediates environmental degradation, and supports energy workers in coal, oil, and gas and power plant communities. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you.
And we also have Andrew Chang, who is a managing director for Advocate, a nonprofit that supports scientists to bring their technology concept to product. He started his career as a climate and energy analyst for Al Gore's nonprofit, and he wrote a book analyzing research on climate solutions and served in the Obama administration, focusing on finding new ways to reduce carbon emissions. Welcome, Andrew. And Dr. Scott Doney, I'm sorry if I mispronounce it, is Joe and Helen Kington Professor in Environmental Change at the University of Virginia. Scott is an expert in oceanography, climate, and biochemistry. Much of his research focuses on how the global carbon cycle and ocean ecology respond to natural and human-driven climate change. So welcome to Scott also.
Thanks, Dr.
Saritha Puri, head of corporate partnerships at Elemental Accelerator. Saritha cultivates relationships with corporate partners that catalyze growth for Elemental Accelerators, startups through project deployments, investments, and acquisitions. She also helps the pipeline team attract and select the highest potential startups. Welcome, Saritha.
Thank you.
And Dr. Jennifer Ridge is a senior scientist and group leader at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Jennifer is also the lead for the carbon uptake pillar at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory Carbon Initiative and uses tools of systems biology and biogeochemistry to identify how plant microbial interactions and the ecophysiology of soil microbial communities affect sequestration of soil carbon. So welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you.
And Jigar Shah is the director of the U.S. Department of Energy's Loans Program Office. Prior to joining the DOE, Jigar helped entrepreneurs accelerate decarbonization solutions through low-cost infrastructure as a service financing, founded a company and that pioneered pay as you save, solar financing, and led a nonprofit that helped entrepreneurs address climate change. So welcome to all of you. It's great to have you all here. Okay, so I get to, guess we can start out with me shooting a question at you. And that would be, as Barrett mentioned this morning, the IPCC has reported that almost all climate scenarios with pathways to 1.5 degrees C indicate the need for carbon dioxide removal solutions in the near term. So what is the biggest research and development challenge we face when it comes to carbon dioxide removal, and what needs to or is currently being done to address it? Now, which one of you wants to jump in first on that one?
I don't mind breaking the ice, Dr. Richmond. From our perspective, I mean, it really comes down to the outcome and the goal we want is scale, but in order to get to scale, we have to drive the price down. And so when we drive the price down, it's everything from the actual carbon dioxide removal materials, it's the whole systems analysis, and then it has to be in the context of really robust life cycle assessment to ensure that we are capturing and removing the carbon that we think we are. And so, it's hard to pin it down to one, but really, if we're going to deploy it at the scale we've been discussing, that Arun mentioned at the multi-gigaton level, we have to drive the cost down.
Anyone else want to join in on that?
I will riff off that concept of scale and say that I think that we need to understand what approaches work best in what locations. I think that we are not going to have a one-size-fits-all approach, that we need everything on the table, but certain locations, at least within the US, are going to be more appropriate for geologic storage, for forestry, for carbon, for the biomass to fuels approaches. And we need to understand that in a localized way that not only involves the resources available in terms of energy or water, but also the human capital and human impacts in terms of environmental justice. All of those happen in a let's say, county level kind of scale.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that at Elemental, we're not only focused on accelerating the scale of climate tech, but also the equitable scaling of climate tech. And so when projects are designed, we want to make sure that frontline communities are engaged, that we understand the history of the place. So while costs do need to come down, we also need to make sure that from the onset that we're taking into account the local communities and the context. It's a great opportunity for the just transition of workforce from brown jobs to green jobs. And as Jennifer said, around unintended consequences, whether it's bikers or CDR or DAC or what have you.
Yeah, great, Sarita. Anyone else want to join in?
Well, I just wanted to add, I think one of the big challenges right now for many of these approaches is the monitoring and verification, in addition to the other things that have been mentioned. I think it's potentially easy to think that a technology is more effective at removing carbon and storing it for a longer period of time, but we really need a robust research program to really demonstrate that, to provide confidence if we're going to invest in these at scale.
Yes, all excellent points. Okay, here's my next question for you. So the goal of DOE's carbon negative shot is to pull carbon pollution from the air and durably store it at a gigaton scale for less than $100 per metric ton of CO2 equivalent by 2032. So to put this into perspective, 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide is equivalent to the annual emissions from about 250 million vehicles. So here's the question. What progress have we made in deploying carbon dioxide removal at this type of scale and within this price point? Who wants to jump on that one?
Well, I mean, I can certainly start. I think when you think about the pilot projects that we completed 10 years ago, I think the ones that have been the most successful are the ones where we took carbon dioxide from ethanol plants and are injecting them into Class X wells in Illinois. So there are these types of technologies that have been there for some time, and those technologies are more bankable, right? So there are private sector players now that are interested in pursuing Class 6 wells, particularly in states with primacy like North Dakota and Wyoming. We certainly have been making good progress on streamlining Class 6 wells through EPA as well. And we're in a situation now where you've got the 45Q credit, which is around $50 a ton of CO2 permanently sequestered in a Class 6 well. That pencils for something less than 100 million tons a year now from industrial processes like ethanol or ammonia. And I think that through experience, you can imagine that process becoming more efficient and more cost effective and better engineered and faster to deploy and all of those things. And so you can imagine more and more of that CO2 to be cost effective. But I do think that as the Secretary has suggested, for to be able to get to gigaton scale, you do need to look at more ambitious sources of CO2, whether it's from power plants or industrial facilities or from direct air capture or removal. And in that way, you know, the $50 number just doesn't pencil, I would say, today for those applications, right? And so to get to those gigatons, you need a lot more deployment, of course, and R&D to be able to make sure that we, you know, can hit the $100 price target that, you know, is part of the carbon negative shot.
Great, thanks, Jigger. Anyone else want to join on that one?
I would say we did an analysis that we called a Getting to Neutral report. It was done for the state of California, but we're currently doing that for the entire country. And that report showed that that using biomass, in particular waste biomass, municipal things that we can pull out of our forests to make them less fire prone, and converting that to hydrogen and other liquid fuels, there's an enormous opportunity there, and it is well below $100 a ton. Our initial estimates for the country suggest at least 500 million tons per year are possible in just that technology alone.
Great, thanks, Jennifer.
And I'd just like to highlight, I mean, there were two relatively recent National Academies reports that looked at R&D needs for approaches both on land and everything from biomass approaches to accelerated weathering, and then a more recent report on the oceans. The whole scale issue is, I think, a real challenging one. You know, the scale of direct air capture right now is, you know, pilot plants on the 1,000-ton per year scale. I mean, these are just, you know, you're talking about scales that are several orders of magnitude smaller than a gigaton scale. And so it's really, I think right now, a question of what investments we can put into the R&D to see what can be scaled up and what can be scaled up responsibly. But I would, you know, I would suggest people take a look at the Academy reports, because I think they're quite thorough in their discussion of many of these techniques.
No, that's absolutely right, Scott. That's a great report. My next question is somewhat targeted at Brian, Scott, and Jennifer, but others can join in too. So pulling carbon pollution from the air and storing it can be accomplished through several different approaches. For example, we can use nature-based approaches such as reforestation and ocean reservoirs, or we can use technological-based such as direct air capture, storing it underground, or in products like cement. Here's a question. So what are the specific challenges with each pathway? Brian, you want to jump in first?
Sure, I don't mind jumping in. You know, I mean, so for, you know, some of the challenges within biomass carbon removal and storage are water and land use. I mean, that's one of the big challenges. Certainly, we're seeing, you know, record droughts in the Southwest. Water is a commodity that is quickly becoming a resource-constrained commodity. So the water usage, land use requirements on the biomass side, as well as cultivating, transporting, processing at large scale, are some other items there. With direct air capture, you know, as Scott mentioned, the scale that we're at today with DAC systems are on the kiloton, definitely not the gigaton. We have a portfolio of projects that are looking at feed studies, the front end engineering design studies to at least getting to the 10 kiloton scale for direct air capture systems. And then if we're using subsurface geologic storage of CO2, as Jigger indicated, we do have some demonstrations it's at the megaton scale, demonstrations on sequestration in geologic environments that we can learn from as we look at the technological pathway for point source carbon capture. So that would be removal of or mitigating emissions from power plants and industrial sources, that then can help us learn in the subsurface to reduce the long-term and permanent storage risk. So those are some of the challenges I'd identify. I'm sure many of the other panelists have lots of other examples too.
Okay, let's hear.
I guess I'll go next. I mean, I think it's a little bit of sometimes of a misnomer to call some things nature-based and some things technological-based. Anything done either in the land and the ocean that involves, you know, the biosphere or the geosphere at the gigaton scale is going to have large intended environmental impacts. And whether this is, you know, competition for land, water, fertilizer use, you know, impacts on marine life, I think we need to be very careful to not frame it as nature, because that makes it sound like, oh, that's a more positive. I think we need to very carefully look at the environmental impacts, but also the social impacts. Many of these things done at scale are going to have huge, possibly negative impacts on the communities that are involved. And I think we want to do this in a way that we're not further exacerbating environmental justice and inequality issues.
Great point, Scott. Someone
Yeah,
else?
I want to echo that. We've struggled for a long time with these nature-based versus engineered definitions. I know many of us have, but it's important to recognize that there are multiple dimensions to each approach. I think for geologic storage, the thing that gets to me, I believe that we can overcome a lot of the concerns, whether it's pipelines and transportation or even capital investment. But I really am concerned about environmental justice and community engagement. I think that simply assuming that we can pull the CO2 out of the atmosphere using chemistry and then, put it in the ground wherever we want to, just really ignores the fact that the human populations that are going to be living above those fields and living along those pipelines, and those folks just really need to be engaged now. And then I'll speak a little bit to the soil carbon storage. That's where my expertise is. Right now, there are an enormous number of studies that are looking at different approaches, whether it's cover cropping or adding char that could increase soil carbon. My favorite is deep-rooted perennial grasses that we could grow on our highway verges and various places that are underutilized. But we have so many one-off studies that are really hard to compare and hard to do a meta-analysis of. And different soils in different parts of the country have different capacity to hold carbon. So we really need to have a concerted effort to be applying these technologies in a distributed way so that we can make the data analysis more straightforward. We need to look at entire soil profiles, not just the surface, include the greenhouse gases as part of that accounting. So really do a systems analysis. And I think that those are challenges that are certainly able to be overcome, but I think that it's ripe right now for funding agencies to essentially establish that kind of platform that's distributed.
Great, thanks, Jennifer. Any others? Okay, the government has a critical role to play here. So does the private sector, including investment. How do we ensure that the collaboration between the private sector, government, academia, and tribal leaders and NGOs to make sure that they combine our forces and not duplicate each other's?
I mean, I can certainly start. I think on the private sector side, there's only 1 to 2 CDR companies that are actually ready for the Loan Programs Office, right? So I'd say the vast majority of the companies are really in, a more R&D sort of phase. We're also running the CIFIA program with our friends at Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, which would be, building the trunk lines for CO2 pipelines across the country. I do think that through that process, there's, extensive consultation with stakeholders and others. But I do want to make sure that we're a bit sensitive about the fact that we have, I think, like 2.6 million miles of natural gas pipelines through the United States, right? And 2.8 million miles of roads, for a comparison, right? So this is not something that we're new to doing. Like this is something that we've actually have a lot of experience in doing. And so, and even with CO2 pipelines, there are hundreds and hundreds of miles of CO2 pipelines today. So I do think that this is not as, as scary as one might think. I mean, I do think that it's unknown, and it is our responsibility to make sure that we're communicating clearly to communities around the risks that, that these things pose, and give them a chance to participate in the process. But I don't, but I don't think that it's fair to say that the private sector is enthusiastic about this sector yet, right? There is no real revenue stream / profit motive here yet, right? So, so I think everyone's tentative around the table, and we do have to be careful around, basically suggesting that these private sector engagements are, on their face, going to, harm or hurt communities.
So, Andrew, let me get your perspective from the nonprofit side on this.
Yes, sure. We spend a lot of time at Activate helping to catalyze a lot of the commercialization between academia, R&D, and private sector. And there's a lot of CDR right now at those early stages. So we spend a lot of our time, helping to fill that gap, working with the universities, national labs. A lot of, here in New York, we have a partnership with Columbia University, and they have opened up some of the research facilities, for example, to help some of the science entrepreneurs that we support continue to mature their technology. And then also on the closer to the private sector side of things, we spend a lot of time also with early stage deep tech investors and some of the corporates that are leaning in to decarbonization, as well as government stakeholders, whether that be NYSERDA, because I spend a lot of time here in New York, and as well as other mentors and hard tech entrepreneurs. And what we find is that this space between R&D and commercialization can be quite messy. And so it really takes a ecosystem of everyone working together to really help support this. And I think we're going to be surprised, hopefully. Some of the things that we see is, I think will be surprising us to the upside in terms of new business models and new pathways for generating income. I know a lot of these are not at that stage yet, Jigar, where you're looking at right now, but there is at least a company in our portfolio that's getting paid right now to provide biochar and fertilizers as a service. They and they're making a profit without having to sell the carbon removal offsets. This is a company called Tekachar. They actually also won the one of the X Prize carbon removal winners. And so we're very excited about potentially these pathways where the carbon removal is a byproduct of other services that are providing value in the world.
Great. Well, Sarita, you're all about partnerships. So
yeah.
Thanks
so much. I had just gone off mute, so you're reading my mind. So at Elemental, our approach is to bring all parties to the table from the outset. We have, since our inception, funded over 100 project deployments. Half of them have taken place in frontline communities. And with all the experience that we've now built in terms of deploying projects, we developed a toolkit called the Square Partnerships model. And this model ensures that all necessary stakeholders are at the table, whether that's the technology provider, the host customer, the investor, and community-based organizations. And the key tenet there is to make sure that communities are consulted early and often and that they're compensated, because in the rare chance that they are consulted early and often, they're often not compensated. And we do need to explicitly reinvest in these communities as well, in addition to hearing their voice. A recent example of one of these projects is with one of our companies, Drone Seed, is a reforestation project that was done alongside a large forestry company and a couple indigenous communities to plant seeds and provide job training. So this is a type of thinking and coalition building that we feel is required to get these projects to scale.
Great. Okay, here's my next one. Environmental justice, we've talked a little bit about this. Environmental justice for disadvantaged communities disproportionately impacted by carbon pollution is a priority for DOE and the administration. From an R&D perspective, how do we ensure that carbon dioxide removal pathways are just and equitable? Who wants to jump in?
Well, I mean, I'll jump in a little bit, because this is a broad issue of, for at least on the ocean side, we lack a clear code of conduct for conducting some of this research. And that's everything from transparency of the data to having robust monitoring and carbon accounting, to incorporating social, actual research on the social impacts and engagement of the stakeholders. So I think one of the things that a number of people in my community have been trying to push is agreement by all funders, whether it's philanthropy or NGOs or private industry, on a sort of clear and agreed upon code of conduct for how this research can move forward that would include some of these elements of environmental justice.
Great, thank you. Any other comments?
Well, Dr. Ridgman, I'd jump in because I think this actually ties back to the previous question about some of the role of government and bringing together coalitions, and certainly the administration with a focus on EJ40, where 40% of the impacts of the federal investment is going to go into environmental justice, energy justice communities. And so right now there's a real role for us and the federal government to ensure that we are prioritizing projects and incentivizing projects that consider community impacts, that consider the impacts in EJ communities. And so, I mean, just as one example, you mentioned in the introduction, I'm the executive director of the Interagency Working Group, and we're coalescing, frankly, billions of dollars. We have $250 billion in our clearinghouse to try to push those investments into communities and not leave anybody behind during the energy transition. And so when we put together from the federal government side, we put together the coalitions and allow for project investments and innovation to use facilities that we fund, like Congress funded a direct air capture test center for new startups to test their materials at NETL. We have funding at the National Carbon Capture Center in Wilsonville, Alabama. When we're working hand in hand with technology developers in these types of centers, we can also help show how the investments in communities affected by the clean energy transition can have the positive impacts in multiple different ways. And so I think that there's a clear role for the federal government engagement to help incentivize those investments. And I think we're doing a lot of that through EJ40 and through our provisions in the Department of Energy, as well as many of the other federal agencies.
Great. Okay, this question probably is a little more geared towards Jigar, Andrew, and Sarita. So financing and coming up with necessary funds is a hurdle for any project, venture, or business. So what financial resources and opportunities are out there for private sector R&D efforts in carbon dioxide removal? Maybe I'll start with Andrew.
Sure. So first I would say is, Activate, we provide a bunch of early stage funding for scientists, entrepreneurs that want to start businesses in the climate space. In particular, we look at a lot of carbon management and CDR projects and companies. We provide about $400K in capital over 2 years. Most of that is non-dilutive. And in addition to the financing, we provide a bunch of education, mentorship, and to help a lot of these entrepreneurs come up with a defined path forward to that first product, prototype, pilot, and then to secure further follow-on financing to continue the growth and trajectory. And then some of those other financing mechanisms include SBARs, STTRs, which are extremely important from a leverage perspective, but also they also serve as technical validation for a lot of early stage investors that may not have that technical due diligence arm or resources to do that. So, and then of course we also work with a bunch of early stage venture funds that are moving into CDR, and then there's accelerators that Sarita can expand more on. Some of the ones that we're familiar with here in New York is the Carbon to Value program. Third Derivative also has a CDR accelerator program, and then of course there's the pre-purchase agreements, right, with Frontier that was in the previous panel. So there's more and more capital now coming in at the earliest stages.
Great, Sarita, how do you see it?
Yeah, I would say you've got a good kind of representation of the spectrum of like fostering early stage ideas, which Activate is wonderful at. Elemental, we really take growth stage companies. So all of our companies have an operating prototype and they're really ready for that commercialization. And so, you know, the projects that we fund are really their first of their kind demonstrations where we de-risk projects up to, 50% of the project costs. The projects that we're looking at funding are in the single digit millions. So well before where Jigger's team would step in. But it's critically important to get these companies over, some of those initial commercialization valleys of death. Other things that we do, specifically my team, is to bridge those connections between corporates and startups. And so we work very closely with our many corporate partners to understand their innovation priorities and then play matchmaker. And so I think it was last month or month before, United Airlines announced a lot of work with that they're doing with dimensional energy, which is a carbon utilization solution, creating sustainable aviation fuels. And so United Airlines is making an investment and also purchase commitments. So Elemental made those connections. We're also, partnered with Shopify and Microsoft, who are super active in the carbon removal space. And so that's another way to just help bridge those gaps. Startups and corporates speak very different languages. And so to the extent that we can help bridge those, make those connections faster, we're happy to do that as well. And of course, seeing lots and lots of new funding in the space. I think we're up 8x since last year in terms of carbon investments alone. So super exciting, but I am going to say, and I think people have said over and over again, that the easiest ton of carbon to remove is the one that was never emitted. So while carbon removal is of course required, mitigation should be kind of the first line of defense.
Great. Okay, Jigger.
Well, look, I appreciate everything that's been said. I mean, the only context I would provide is that I think in general, we are today talking about gigaton scale, right? Not just in carbon dioxide removal, but also in mitigation, right? And so I think that we all have to recognize what it takes to do commercialization at gigaton scale. When you look at the history of solar, wind, lithium-ion battery storage, lots of other sectors, it's really about $100 billion of private sector capital to get across the bridge to bankability, right? To get from a technology that works because you've tested it or validated it in the lab or whatnot, and actually make it through first of a kind deployment, engineering excellence, cost reduction curves, and then full scale market acceptance and securitization, right? And so if we're not thinking in $100 billion terms in terms of the commercialization cycle, then we're just not going to get there, right? $500 million doesn't cut it anywhere, whether it's in hydrogen or direct air capture or in solar hot water or geothermal or low impact hydro. All of these technologies sort of need that $100 billion to be able to get across the bridge to bankability, right? And so part of what we're doing at the Loan Programs Office is thinking through, as has been suggested here, what are the pieces that are required, whether it's, what is the Justice 40 framework, what are the workforce training frameworks, what are the standards, what are all of the best practices, as Scott was suggesting, that are required to be able to absorb that much money. And that takes a lot of time. And without all of those pieces in place, you're actually just not going to attract that kind of capital.
Great. Okay, anyone else want to jump in? Okay, I have a quick question for Andrew and Sarita. So you both work for nonprofits that support organizations and individuals overcome hurdles and obstacles. So what advice do you give to future innovators? What advice do you give? Free advice too, because we're all on this now. Sarita, do you want to jump first?
Sure. So gosh, I'm just going to keep beating the horse here on equity. I would say that we believe at Elemental the most successful solutions will be equitable ones. And where does that start? But with hiring a diverse workforce. And so if you have a diversity in thought and lived experience, we believe you'll have stronger, more resilient solutions. And so we work very closely with all of our founders that go through our program on the principles of equitable behavior to really entrench them in this thinking of diverse, inclusive workforces. And so, yes, of course, the technology has to be right and all of that, but to get those better solutions, those optimal solutions, it really comes to equity in what does the organization look like inside its four walls.
Great. And Andrew?
Well, the first thing I was thinking about is apply to activate, because we want more scientists and we want to empower them. I definitely agree with Saritha about the DEI piece. That's a big part of what we're doing. We think that's going to be a huge unlock for the US. We actually have a new Activate Fellowship program called Activate Anywhere that was in part inspired by that to support entrepreneurial scientists across the US, no matter where you are. You know, in addition, I would say that the path to, and from where we sit in terms of that path from research to commercialization, there's not really a straightforward path. There's many different ways to go about doing it. It often can take a long time, and there's many different types of challenges. You know, from managing the IP with tech transfer offices to finding lab space and things like that. But the one thing is to find like-minded communities that can support each other, because it takes a whole ecosystem to really build a lot of these hard tech organizations, and that could be communities and you know that Saritha is building, that we're building, Activate, other accelerator. There's more and more now of these organizations that are coming to support early stage hard tech, climate entrepreneurship, and so find those areas, those communities that can really support the great work that you're going to do.
And I'll just add that for companies that are ready to commercialize, we do fund 15 to 20 companies a year. So to reach out to the Elemental team, and we'd love to work with other great innovators out there.
Great. Well, on a finishing upbeat note to add to that one, I'd like to ask the group, maybe I'll start with Jennifer first. So thinking about the future of carbon dioxide removal, what gets you most excited and hopeful for the future?
Oh my goodness, Jerry, this is just such a wonderful question. I have so many things I'm excited about. It's really hard to limit, but I will start with, I see plants as the original form of DAC. They are the way that we pull CO2 out of the atmosphere. And so carbon farming, the concept of using agriculture and developing a new wave of agriculture that takes advantage of that capacity is so critical. I think that our ability to do CRISPR-based engineering that is not GMO to make plants more photosynthetically efficient and produce molecules that can help bind the soil minerals and carbon together is very exciting to me. I think that that can help sustainable agriculture just generally, whether or not we're counting it as a negative emission. I'm also very excited about enhanced rock weathering, especially again, using microbiology to try and make that happen more quickly. I think the data is very nascent, so it really could go either way, but I'm excited about learning more in that space. And then finally, an approach that we call bikers, and referring to essentially biomass carbon removal and storage. And again, this is using municipal sources or waste biomass pulled out of forests to make them less fire prone. Combining that with carbon capture and also with geologic storage, it just seems like such a win-win-win. You could potentially even see carbon storage happening in those kinds of systems if we are looking at perennial grasses. So not necessarily being grown for biofuels or jet fuels, but for lots of different liquid fuels. There are just regional economic benefits to those approaches. They need to be really customized to particular regions, but I think they help us have a real flexibility in the types of fuels that we can create, and also really sustain more biodiverse and healthy ecosystems.
Great. Okay, what if I shift over to Scott? Scott, what makes you most hopeful?
That we're thinking about the environmental and the social impacts and the environmental justice lens up front, rather than waiting for a technology to develop and that being a sort of an afterthought. That gives me hope that we can actually do this in a way that is sustainable down the road.
Great. And Jigger, I'm putting you on the spot. What are you most hopeful about?
Well, look, I mean, I think that when you think about how much work has already been done on these solutions and how much progress we've made, I mean, it is pretty breathtaking. And I think to suggest that we now actually have a focused program on this, not just with DOE, but also this entire ecosystem that's on this panel, but also on other panels, means that we actually have, the brightest and best people actually working on this sector, which I think is essential to hitting those breakthroughs, right? I think in the past, I spent a lot of time with the Royal Society when I was at the Carbon War Room. We did a lot of the work on the ethics of this at Asilomar and geoengineering. And so we've done a lot of work in this area, but I think back then it was a lot of hobbyists that was working on this. And I think now you've got just a lot of folks who are really thinking about $100 billion scale. And I think that's important as we look to meet our 2035 and 2050 goals.
Great. Okay, Saritha, you're on.
Sure. I think the most exciting thing for me is that the opportunity that CDR presents for both frontline communities and the Global South. So whether it's agricultural solutions where more communities can get involved, whether you're growing biomass for these purposes. I actually spent 10 years ago developing agricultural biomass supply chains. So I love to hear that, biomass is making a comeback in the carbon removal space. Whether it's geologic storage and the ability to reskill and upskill workforce or transitioning away from fossil jobs, but then also the Global South, that we don't have to see them as just victims of climate change. They can actually just be the ones that could be ground zero for carbon removal. And that's the part where it's really exciting for me, is that everyone can get involved in cleaning up this mess that a few developed nations really led.
Yeah. And Andrew.
I will just follow the thread around biomass is making a comeback. There's a lot of exciting things happening there. And bigger picture, so many smart and talented entrepreneurs and scientists are getting into the space right now. I think the velocity is just so fast. It's very hard to keep up. It's incredible. And what I'm most optimistic is about not just the people, but also I think we're going to see a lot of surprises to the upside, a lot of potential co-benefits. I alluded to this company Takachar, who recently did, when they got started, they were taking waste biomass and they were turning into biofuel. They figured out that biofuel wasn't the right market, then they went into biochar. And then from biochar, they realized that they can add additional treatments to turn that biochar into fertilizer, and which is now going to 6,000 small holder farmers in East Africa right now, and they're now taking that platform. They're moving into forest management to help reduce wildfires in California, and now they're taking those biochar additives, and they're now exploring adding that into low carbon concrete. They're adding it into bioplastics, and they're also finding it as a potential replacement for coal-fired power plants. So these are just a lot of the exciting new pathways that we're extremely excited about when you have really, really smart, talented entrepreneurs come into this place. And we're so excited to hopefully have the opportunity to work with hundreds more.
Great, thanks. And Brian, let's have you close us out.
I'm going to close out on a bit of an analogy. It wasn't that long ago that there were some significant crosswinds in this space. We had lots of R&D, but there wasn't necessarily a market pull. We didn't have the full ecosystem aligned. But there seems to be really just this feeling of we've now turned and the sails are getting filled across the full ecosystem, all the way from new technology development at low TRL levels, interest in the mid TRL, investments from the private sector and the federal government in the space, and significant market pull in both the financial sector as well as even demand for low carbon embodied products globally. And so there really seems to be, the winds have shifted a bit, and the sails are no longer subject to as much crosswinds as we used to have.
That's great. Well, I want to thank all of you, Brian, Andrew, Scott, Saritha, Jennifer, and also Jigger. This has been a great session. Thank you all. Very thoughtful and exciting also. So I'm going to now turn it back to Noah to keep us going.
Thanks so much, Dr. Richmond, and thanks again to all the panelists. think Scott actually had a perfect transition to our next panel. What left him excited and hopeful about this field is that we're thinking about the social and environmental implications of carbon removal from the beginning. And in fact, that's exactly what we're doing. This panel is all about that. And in fact, that's exactly what we're doing. This panel is all about that. And so what I'd love to do is turn it over to my friend and colleague, Kate Gordon, who's a senior advisor at the US Department of Energy. Kate has spent the past 2 decades working at the intersection of climate change, energy policy, and economic development, and is going to be leading this panel. And so, Kate, the floor is yours for the next panel.
Thanks so much, Noah, and cognizant of being the last panel of the day, but we have just a fantastic group of panelists. So I'm going to introduce them briefly and then shoot them all kind of a first question follow-up, and we will try to do some audience Q&A if we've got time, but I'm really excited about this panel. So just one at a time here, going to introduce them. Dr. Holly Buck, who's one of my colleagues at our Department of Energy's Fossil Energy and Carbon Management Program, and she leads on stakeholder engagement at that office, which is, as you keep hearing, critically important. And she's also an assistant professor of environment and sustainability at the University of Buffalo, which was where I was born. So special love for Buffalo here. We also have Genesis Granados, who is the environmental justice coordinator at Air Alliance Houston. And Genesis is the environmental justice outreach coordinator there, and they are responsible for engaging community residents and organizations in implementing community-led efforts around many of the types of clean energy investments we've been talking about today. Again, deep understanding of and interest in this topic. Dr. Damon Hartley is at the Idaho National Labs, one of our great set of national labs across the US, and works really on biofuels and renewable energy technology, has a background really on that sort of woody biomass side. So I'm excited to talk to him about some of the issues around that natural carbon solutions, bio-based carbon solutions set of issues that we've been hearing about today. He's from West Virginia originally. My colleague, Waheela Johns, who's the director of our Indian Energy office here at the Department of Energy, and really runs that entire office, maximizing benefits to and also investments in native lands, as well as just benefits to American Indians and Alaska Natives, and is a member of the Navajo tribe and comes from northeastern Arizona. Really a fantastic colleague here at the department. And finally, Jason Walsh, who's the executive director of the Blue Green Alliance. Jason runs that alliance, which is really a collaboration between environment and labor, looking at how we achieve a real just energy transition. So great group of people, very excited. I'll ask them to come on to camera here so that we can engage in a conversation. Oh, I'm starting to see them. Fantastic. Wonderful to see you all. And I'm going to start with just a question, and I've got some really specific follow-ups to all of you, but I'm going to start with just kind of a question I'm going to throw to all of you, each of you. You know, this panel was framed as, you know, let's look at the biggest gaps in community engagement. And I think what we've heard throughout the panels I've been able to hear today, which have been amazing, is that it's not just important to think about community engagement. You actually don't succeed in these projects if you're not thinking from the outset about equity, about labor, about economic prosperity, about meaningful community engagement. The projects may not happen at all without those things, but they certainly won't happen in a way that is beneficial and or you know, technologically sound in many cases. So critically important. You know, what do you all obviously work in this space all day long. What do you see as the gaps today? And as we're thinking about carbon removal, carbon negative shot, where do you see the gaps? And I'll start with you, Holly.
Thanks. Yeah, we've heard all day actually from amazing speakers about the need to center environmental justice communities. I also want to highlight, in addition to that, the opportunity and the challenge when it comes to rural development. A lot of these new industries will be sited in rural communities. It's really an opportunity to bring more investment, bring quality jobs there. But one specific challenge is that sometimes those jobs are gendered when it comes to carbon management jobs, sometimes when it comes to jobs in the tech sector as well. And one overall barrier is that we've seen with renewables, criticism and pushback when companies come and kind of export the resources out, whether that be energy with solar and wind, or critical minerals that we're going to need for this transition. And so we need to both course correct with renewables and find a different model for carbon removal at the same time.
That's great, Holly, and thanks for raising some things we haven't heard as much about today. So I'll dig in on some of those issues that you just raised, particularly around the rural areas. Waheela, a lot of your work is actually also in rural areas, but love to hear what you think, where you think some of the gaps are.
Thank you, Kate, and hello, everybody. I mean, I think the pieces around engagement and actually reaching places that, that haven't actually been engaged is really important to our office, and all of DOE is understanding, maybe the communications piece. Most of our constituents, which are over 574 tribal nations and Alaska Native village and corporations, and other tribal entities, many times their communities are still speaking their majority in their own language. And so to help translate some of these opportunities that we're seeing through the bipartisan infrastructure law, I think, having that sort of cultural sensitivity and understanding of even rural and remote community, many times these communities don't have access to telecommunications or even broadband. And so right there is sort of a barrier for their participation. And so this is pretty true in Indian country and rural and remote areas. And actually where I'm from, we, have a hard time to call out of where my home is. And so I think that understanding the audience and understanding community is really important. And so that's something that we have been working to improve, the sort of communication methods to get information to the people.
Thanks so much, Waheela. Really important points, and particularly around that real broadband access, language access, just pure access to even information and that we're trying to communicate. Going clockwise, Genesis, to you, where do you see some of the biggest gaps in your work?
Well, similarly as the folks here have mentioned before I'm talking, one of the bigger things here, specifically in Houston, of course, is the language access. Most often, everything, research, anything related to any type of permits, it's in English, whereas here in Houston, we have many languages. We are a very diverse city. So a lot of times the communities that are going to be impacted by the permits, by the changes in industries, is going to be communities of color, poor communities, immigrant communities. And most often these communities are not centered when it comes to actually engagement. And that's where one of the big gaps we actually see. And Air Alliance, we definitely try to center that language access just because it's really, really important for community to be part of these conversations and to understand what is happening outside of their homes.
Absolutely, that's a great point, and I think sometimes we don't think about it as much in these big sort of energy areas like Houston that have a lot of energy knowledge. But you're absolutely right, pulling out those gaps. Damon, looking at you, and you're obviously, INL is in a rural area, you're from West Virginia. Where do you see some of the gaps in terms of the work that you're doing, whether technology or communication or engagement?
Yeah, I guess I'll continue a theme here. Well, I think probably the biggest gap would be getting buy-in, community buy-in, especially from the communities where they're so steeped in producing fossil energy in general, right? I grew up in coal country. I still see on my Facebook pages, when something comes down that is negative coal, the outrage by, people that I know there. Having them understand that, these are opportunities. In West Virginia, in in addition to being a coal state, is about 85% forested. And so there's potential opportunity there for biomass, but it's never played that way. And same thing goes with agriculture. I mean, we've talked about, and it's been talked about very much today, that agriculture is a way that we can start sequestering some of this carbon, but you have to get people willing to adopt practices. You know, we can have all the technology in the world, if people aren't going to implement it, it's an issue. And so we have to be able to show what is the benefit to the farmer, to the individuals, and why they should be, you know, jumping on this and getting the trainings that they need and to apply these technologies.
Well, and that's a good, I mean, these legacy industries and Jason, legacy, obviously workers in those legacy industries is something you think about a lot. Where are you seeing, I mean, you're at an interesting intersection of environmental labor. Where are you seeing some of the big gaps as we're looking at this emerging set of industries?
Well, to continue the theme, I mean, community engagement, community buy-in is absolutely important. Not just because buy-in is important, but because community leaders, I mean, if we approach the deployment of carbon removal technologies as an economic and workforce development challenge, as I'd suggest we should, community leaders are often going to be the economic development experts in their community. And so then they will often have the clearest vision of the kind of economic future that they want for their communities. So you don't just need their buy-in, you need their help. Likewise, workers are going to be your experts on workforce development and often on economic development. And so it's, again, it's not just about buy-in and engagement, it is about making sure that you're leveraging the resources of workers and the resources of the unions that represent those workers.
That's a great point, and I think really just can't be underscored enough, which is just the success of the projects really requires this. It's not a nice to have, it's a must have. You know, digging in and this stuff is hard. So digging in a little bit on what it actually means to get that kind of buy-in. Holly, your job at the Department of Energy, Fossil Energy Program, is literally stakeholder engagement. I mean, your job is this thing we're talking about. You've just heard 5 different perspectives from different types of communities of what the gaps are and what's needed, and a very kind of, this is very individual. There's no one size fits all. How are you approaching, as Fossil Energy Carbon Management Program, with all this money coming down from the infrastructure bill, with this carbon negative shot agenda, how are you approaching that kind of lack of knowledge, lack of communication? There's still a lot of confusion about carbon removal versus CCS versus whatever. Talk a little bit about what you're doing kind of day to day to increase awareness to kind of get at some of the issues you've been hearing about.
Well, there's so much work to be done. I think everybody who works in this space is somewhat overwhelmed by the need. If it was up to me, we would have put several $1 billion just into engagement so people understand what we're up against with the climate challenge and energy transition. But specifically, I think the first thing we're working on is figuring out to help project developers do some of this themselves. And in terms of that, there's a wider effort to think about how we put community engagement plans into our funding opportunity announcements. So we're working on that, and we're working on really providing guidance and resources to companies who come to us for funding, how they can build a community and stakeholder engagement plan. What are the resources that they can turn to so they don't feel like they're just on their own and bewildered when it comes to this. So that's the first step. But moving beyond that, we really want to embrace a two-way engagement strategy where we are both educating and sharing information and sharing the wealth of technical knowledge we have at DOE, but also listening and, providing tailored materials to different communities in terms and languages and registers that they will understand. Difficult but exciting work ahead.
No, and that's great. And I love that you raised kind of training the project developers themselves to some extent around engagement, because this isn't just a government responsibility. This is sort of a whole of society responsibility to some extent. That's a great point. Skipping around a little because I've got different questions for different people, but Jason, something we've been hearing about today, and I think it's interesting that you're right at this intersection. We've been hearing a lot about sort of concerns about mitigating harms in communities of these industrial projects, and just a lot of concerns about what that will look like. But then also importance of finding opportunity in those projects. How do you approach that intersection of those sort of sometimes competing ideas of sort of an industrial project can look like a boon to workers, it can look like a harm to the environmental community, just to be very reductive. You're right in the middle of that. How do you approach that when it comes to this issue and other issues?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm not sure we're right in the middle of it. And you absolutely have to start where communities are, right, and what their historical experience and current experience is, right. There's a vast difference between a deindustrialized community, right, and maybe a frontline community that you know, in the latter case, may view industrial activity as a source of sickness and death, right? Those are very different engagement strategies, very different conversations. But from a labor standpoint, you know, for us, the exciting opportunity here is with respect to both job creation and job retention. I am almost certain that at some point during the summit, someone has cited the Rhodium Group's analysis from 2020 of the job creation potential of deploying DAC technologies at a scale necessary to get us to net zero emissions by 2050. And that study estimated that it would support, such a strategy would support hundreds of thousands of jobs in manufacturing the industrial equipment, the steel, the concrete that go into those projects, the construction jobs that go into building DAC plants, and the operations and maintenance jobs that come with running these plants. Let me make 3 points about these jobs. One, the jobs supported are in sectors, so manufacturing, construction, utility sector, that are more likely to be union and that pay higher per job on average than jobs in the broader economy. Those two variables are related, of course. Two, the vast majority of the jobs that would be supported by such investments are and would be filled by workers without a four-year college degree, otherwise known as the working class, which has been at the hurting end of trends in our labor market and bad policy decisions over the last 4 decades. So an industrial policy strategy that deploys DAC at scale can be an important part of closing the income inequality gap in this country, which is grotesquely large and ever growing. And 3, and this really kind of gets at transition, which Kate, I know you're grappling with on a day-to-day basis. Almost all of these potential jobs are existing jobs that utilize existing skill sets in sectors and among workers that are already being strongly impacted by the move away from fossil fuels to cleaner, more affordable energy sources. And at the Blue-Green Alliance, we work from the belief that the best energy transition for impacted workers is one that uses every lever possible to ensure that workers don't lose their jobs in the first place. And so if we invest in DAC at scale, here we've got a golden opportunity to actually put that belief into practice. You're on mute, Kate.
That's what I get for putting myself on mute, like a good moderator. Those points about the types of jobs that will be created in this economy very much resonate with the U.S. Energy Employment Report that DOE just put out. Really important set of points. I think also that these aren't new jobs. And, you know, Genesis, that's a good segue, actually. I mean, you are right there in Houston, which is like ground zero of existing jobs, right, in the oil and gas industry. Those are a lot of those are not for your college degree jobs. A lot of them are unionized. A lot of them do pay pretty well. You're looking at this sort of rise of carbon removal at scale. How is that playing out on the ground where you are? What are you thinking about that sort of intersection? Again, like I asked Jason, right at that sort of like there's opportunity there with existing workers, with skill match, with a set of potentially high quality jobs coming in. There's also some concern there, of course, around the environmental justice implications. How's that playing out where you are?
So here in Houston, as you mentioned, definitely ground zero. And overall Texas, we are a big state with oil and gas. So here in Houston, there is a big push. There has been a lot of marketing with how carbon capture is what is going to help the climate crisis, that's going to be a big change. Of course, with laborers here in Houston, a lot of folks who work in gas, there is that conflict of, yes, it brings money to their families. Yes, it helps to sustain their livelihood, but at the same time, what is it doing to their communities? Because most often, individuals who are working in the fields, who are really the front line, are the ones experiencing a lot of the harms. So here in Air Alliance, our main concern is, what is industry going to do in regards to visibility of what are those changes going to be? How is carbon capture going to really impact those communities that are in the front line? And of course, is it going to center economic growth over community health? Historically, and many of the folks here have mentioned that communities of color are really the ones that deal with most of the environmental harm, specifically Black and Brown communities. So the concern is, what exactly is industry going to do with these new technologies, and really not necessarily new technologies, but with the push of this technology, what is it going to really do to the community? Because at the end of the day, even though this idea of getting carbon out of the air, pumping it into the soil, is it really going to make a push for taking it out? And is it really going to hold itself accountable for the fact that they're the ones that are really putting the toxins in the air? They're the ones who are really doing harm. So there is that, of course, lack of accountability that many of these industries are not taking into account when they're actually doing that engagement.
A lot there. That was super interesting. Both, I think, trust issues that you raised from just past industry, and also just a really important question, I think, around something that we've been talking about all day, which is this economic opportunity that also needs to be an equitable opportunity. And can we move those things together? Following on your trust point, I mean, Wahala, probably there is no more resonant place to talk about a lack of historical trust than our tribal nations. Can you talk a little bit about the same question in the communities you're working with, many of which actually are fossil communities today, are doing extraction or have power plants or other fossil assets, also thinking a lot about this transition? What are you seeing on the ground where you're working, recognizing these are all very, very different communities?
Right. Every nation is totally unique and different with their own, again, language, culture. But I do think that, there is a lot of interest from tribes that are currently have built economies around the fossil industry, and their tribal revenues depend on it. And we've seen this with coal and oil and gas. So I do see and they are interested in this sort of new emerging technology. I think the piece that is important, again, is the information that is conveyed to tribes. I mean, I think on one hand, you have the communications piece that is really important, and the other is just an understanding that tribal nations have fueled and powered this nation for half a century or more. And you take, for example, my nation, Navajo, we just closed a coal-fired power plant recently. And I'm from a coal community. I live 2 miles from a coal mining, or the former coal mine. And it was 1,500 workers, Native American workers, that, lost jobs, and 35–40% of our tribal economy. And for another tribe, it's even more significant. 80% of their tribal revenues is not there anymore due to the closure. So we are assessing this and the impact that it's had in the communities, but also in the nation. And what is it that we can be helpful in our office, along with other federal agencies, to support tribes that are going through energy transition. And that's exciting. I mean, as far as like all the agencies coming together in the IWG, the Interagency Working Group on Coal as well. And so there's many efforts, I think, in recognizing that there has been significant impact due to the closure of a lot of coal plants nationwide. What is it that we can help to step in and help support? But this emerging technology, I think there's a lot of interest from tribes, but there's also a lot of, like my community, they are still trying to seek something that will be good for their communities too. They have not seen the benefits. They have not seen, they still have unpaved roads, no broadband. A lot of, actually in the area, majority of the people in my community don't have access to electricity, but yet we powered the entire West with their power. Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Arizona, even with their water needs. And my family still hauls water. So I was just home last weekend, and that's just part of, like, I go home and we talk about this big infrastructure bill, but when I go home, I still haul water for my parents. I still, we still don't have electricity to the grid. We still have to walk up on top of a hill to call out. And so just all be aware that there is still Native American families in this country that don't have access to basic infrastructure. And I'm sure that's in other communities as well. But this is something that I've seen where communities are close to the industry, still are seeking sort of justice for their communities, still seeking cleanup for the many years that mining has occurred in communities. And also looking, I think one big thing has been tribes that I always get told is that, how is this, all of these emerging technologies, what's the impact it's going to have on water, potable water? Because I come from a high desert area where we get less than 2 inches of rainfall every year. So, the mining industry has depleted our aquifer. And that's been the impact that, we still have to go home and try to figure out how to resolve this. So you still have a lot of environmental justice topics that arise in these communities. And I think for me, and being this role, I want to make sure that we are putting together the information to be able to provide for the decision makers in the community so that they can be informed to, make a decision based on all the information, pros and cons of any kind of technology or industry coming into their communities. And that's what we have to do. And there's also I see these communities as veteran communities. I mean, they've done a big service for our country, and we need to give back. And we need to be of support to these communities. So.
No, thanks, Mahela. And I think you're really underscoring just this critical point of these communities. And I'm thinking about Alaska as well, where 35% of residents don't have access to the grid. It's communities that have provided so much of this underlying energy and power and have not seen the benefits. And then at the same time, Jason, you really raised communities that have seen some of the benefits and are really worried about losing the benefits. I mean, there's been both things. And what does that transition look like? I wanted to ask Damon, and then I'll come back to all of you. Damon, we've been talking, I think, a lot about direct air capture and engineered sort of CDR. Your background is really on the nature-based sort of biomass side. I'm interested in your thoughts about that, opportunities there, challenges there, but also you're right in the lab you're in is right in a very rural part of Idaho. It's pretty empty out there, having driven through the INL territory. what do you see? You guys are a big economic driver just as a lab in the area you're in. What do you see as your role sort of as a national lab and also just in these rural areas in bringing and sort of addressing these sort of needs for benefits and mitigating harm that you've been hearing about from the other panels?
So I'll start with the nature-based capture first. And I think it was the last session where they said, plants are the first direct air capture, right? And that's true. And then I'll go more into forest because that's really where my background lies, and we'll touch on some ag. But when you think of forests for carbon capture, I think most people think that you're going to plant trees and they're going to suck up carbon dioxide and they're going to stand there. And that's true to a point, but to really get the benefit of a forest and carbon storage in a forest, you need to make sure that forest stays very productive, right? So you got to intensively manage that forest at this point. And that is something that is drastically missing across our country, is forest management on any grand scale. And so you have what you end up with is a lot of stagnant forest, and those are the ones that burn because they're very close together, a lot of fuel close together. It's easy for fire to travel. And so you get back into forest restoration. And this is where opportunities lie because you're going to need people, you're going to need a tremendous workforce that's very distributed across the country to do some of this management activities, harvesting, transporting, using that material. The other thing that comes with this is now you have, potentially a wood source that you're using that can then go to replace steel or concrete in construction. There's been tons of work on composite wood materials used for beams, structural members, and large buildings. How much of that can we use, and what kind of industry can we drive there? Additionally to that, you're going to have just direct manufacturing jobs of equipment. So all of the stuff you need to produce material from the forest, skidders, forwarders, harvesters, that sort of thing. Then what isn't quite suitable for a commercial product or a structural member, you might want to put into, that's a feedstock for BECCS at that point. So you use it to create energy, you capture that carbon coming out of the stack, and then you get into having a char product probably left over if you're using some sort of thermal thing, which goes directly then to agriculture, or potentially, where you're putting it into the ground, helps hold water capacity, helps keep the nutrients from leaching through your field. So now you're reducing carbon on a fertilizer basis and all of that. Plus, you're reducing electricity used to irrigate those fields because you don't have to put as much water on because it's holding it in the pore spaces. Agriculture also, you can double crop and go start putting cover crops on in off seasons to increase soil carbon, but also then if you're producing an oil seed, you can go to something like a SAF product from there without disrupting your food cycle.
Which is sustainable aviation fuel, we should
sorry.
say, for those not as
not
versed in the
not
acronyms.
DOE and with it, all the acronyms. And I'm sorry, I forgot what the second part of your question was.
It was more just about rural. I think you actually did a great job in answering this, really about rural opportunities. And just, I love that you're bringing in all of these different co-benefits that are all actually not just in the energy sector, really in agriculture, in climate resilience through wildfire mitigation, in forest health. I mean, there's a lot of different pieces there in that ecosystem.
And that's a big part of it, because even when you get into the ag side with, if you're using a char product that's holding material, then you're stopping, nitrogen and so forth getting into waterways, algal blooms in the, Gulf of Mexico are reduced at that point potentially. So there's lots of ancillary benefits of looking at a natural. And then for the third step, if you look at riparian waterways and estuaries and that sort of thing, then you're starting to reduce risk of flooding or storm surges and that sort of things around communities that get pushed out to areas that aren't resilient against, you know, some of these disasters. And so then you're sort of looking at how can you affect, you know, the communities and cities that are affected by potentially, you know, global warming and tide rises and that sort of thing. So
that's a great point. And also with agriculture, just thinking about my California experience, you know, agriculture waste often gets burned, right, in burn piles. Yep. So if you can avoid that by reusing it or having a different approach, you're really underscoring, and I think it's sort of everyone has just the integrated nature of all this, right? Like these are not just this is not about a technology solution. We're really talking about kind of community-based economic workforce ecosystem solutions here that require a different way of thinking than what we're frankly at DOE often used to and in general used to. And, you know, we got a question from somebody listening in, and I think it's a good kind of end of day important question for all of you. There's a lot of concerns that have been raised about sort of potential harms, about lack of trust, about community engagement, maybe not being where it should be. Can you all talk about some examples of like what's working? So just examples on transition that's working from a community engagement perspective, from a communication perspective, from an economic prosperity perspective. Where have you seen this work? It doesn't have to be in the carbon management space. And what have been the elements that have led to it working so that we can learn from that as we're moving forward to get to scale as we need to here. I will start with whoever wants to start. Anyone can jump in. You're all being quiet. All right, I'm going to call on you then. I'll start with Genesis.
I somehow knew you were going to start with me. So one of the things is definitely industry, because as an organization, we still ask for more accountability and we want more transparency from industry, but we also want intention. So it means be intentional about centering community and community health, because often there is a center for labor, there is a center for economic growth, which is important. But at the end, community health, community engagement, community involvement is at the end. There's either not enough funding for it, or there's not enough people in the industry doing it. So it's really wanting industry to really center community and to let community be part of that decision making, whether it means creating some type of board of community leaders, community members, means taking into account the cultural differences that are within each community, because it's not just the Black community, the Latin community, there are other communities in there where their engagement is very cultural. It's very different than putting something on social media, putting a big billboard in the highway. So it's really being intentional about the community engagement. And of course, doing it in good faith, doing it as a good neighbor, of being part of the community and providing those jobs, but also caring for the community that they are living next to.
Great point, and very similar, I think, Holly, to your earlier point about what we're trying to do at DOE. And for anyone listening who's applying for things from DOE, from the infrastructure bill, we are in fact pushing very hard and scoring your applications on community benefits and community engagement at this point. Holly, where have you seen this work? You've had a lot of experience in doing these kinds of projects. What has worked in your experience? What are the elements of success?
I mean, I think the elements of success are being realistic about how much time it takes to build an actual relationship. And honestly, I haven't seen, like, I've been thinking we need to build kind of a catalog of examples of things that have worked. because, you know, I teach environmental justice. I assign my students a case study of an environmental justice success. And most of the times what they come up with is a story of a community that successfully shut down a project that was going to harm them, which is a form of success if a project's going to harm them. But people, I think, are in a very defensive mode because they've had so many of these proposals coming down the line that don't benefit them. And we really need to change how we do this whole thing, a different paradigm of, you know, incorporating communities at the very earliest stages of thinking about a project, spending the time to learn what their priorities and their values are. And over time, I think we can get there, but I don't think we have really a great catalog of experience so far.
That's sad, but I think it's a really important perspective. Jason, looking to you, I mean, you've worked on some of these things at the local level and negotiated some of these community agreements. Where do you see some good examples?
Well, my example won't shock you, Kate. It is whole communities, but particularly in Appalachia, where a lot of really determined people have spent decades trying to figure out a new economic future for their communities. But really over the last 10 years, when the Central Appalachian coal industry started to collapse, and when there was a combination of federal investment plus private sector investment, plus a lot of sweat equity to really envision entirely new diversified economies for a whole set of communities across this region. And within that, one of the most exciting pathways has been communities that are dealing with the effects of abandoned landmines that have polluted lands and waters, right? And have used federal investment running through their states, both as an immediate job creator, cleaning up those messes, but then as laying a foundation for more sustainable, healthier economic development moving forward, right? Linking that cleanup to economic development efforts that put them on a different path, right? And we should just note that the bipartisan infrastructure law appropriates a whole lot of money to do more of this, both in abandoned mine lands, $10 billion worth, but also oil and gas well capping too. So I think particularly with this new wave of federal investment, we've got the opportunity to work with a whole bunch of communities, not just in Appalachia, but in the Navajo Nation and a whole set of communities across the country to use cleanup as a bridge to economic diversification for the future. And I find that very exciting in a totally geeky kind of way.
No, and it's a great point, and Damon, similar to your point actually about resilience in some ways, and a harm reduction as a way to think about a transition and about economic benefits as well. And I don't know if we only have 2 more minutes, so Wahala, I'm looking at you and Damon for examples of what works in our last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think communities leading the way really works. Tribes leading the way works. When you are able to, see a community thrive and develop their own, local governance plan and process and development, it's so really beautiful. And to see that investment made in these type of communities, there's a lot of beauty that comes from it. And I definitely have seen many examples. And actually, we just had a group come in today that was just, that is showing the way. And in a lot of the projects that we've supported, we've supported over 200 clean energy projects, our office, and it's all around climate resiliency. It's all demonstrating, the power that people have in their communities. So, yeah, so many examples.
And Damon, and then.
Yeah, I would just echo that. It can't be driven by anybody but the community that's going to implement it. or you're just going to get pushed back the whole way. And so, yeah, they have to come up with their own solutions and understand because they'll understand what fits within that ecosystem. And so I see that we just clicked over to 145 here. So
but that's a great way to end. And I will just say that that there are tools that exist to ensure that communities are finding solutions and working, that there really is a way forward. And we just did a webinar at DOE on a variety of different types of community benefits agreements, project labor agreements, good neighbor agreements that are really negotiated agreements to help ensure that those benefits are true and really work. And we've got that up on a website along with a repository of examples of those. And so we are adding to that every day. And here at DOE, really very serious about finding ways to ensure that this is real, that there's meaningful engagement and meaningful trust and meaningful communication as we move this really important clean energy economy forward. Thank you all so much. I could talk to you all day. We're not allowed to because Noah has just shown up on our screen. So I just want to thank all of you. Really a pleasure having you and an honor. And we will turn back over to Noah.
Yeah, thanks so much, Kate, and the panelists. I feel a little bit like the Oscar music here. They put me on when it's time to transition to the next thing. But it's just been wonderful to hear all of those perspectives. Thank you so much for taking the time and for moderating that, Kate. Last but not least, we're going to turn it back over to our Assistant Secretary here at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management to give some closing remarks and to share what to expect about the carbon negative shot going forward. Brad, back to you.
Thanks, Noah, and thanks to Kate in the last panel. What a great way to close out this event. Hello, everyone. Again, it's been a really rich and full agenda. So I'm going to be brief in my closing remarks here. First of all, I want to start by thanking all of you for joining us today. An extraordinary turnout for a really great event. Over 2,500 attendees registered. And we've had large numbers throughout the whole event. I want to start by thanking all of our speakers for their contributions and for making this first ever carbon negative shot summit a success. Also, thanks to Secretary Granholm, Deputy Secretary Turk, and Undersecretary Richmond for taking part in this event today, and most importantly, for their leadership and support of the Carbon Negative Shot Initiative. Also want to recognize Senator Whitehouse, Congressman Peters, and Secretary Wagner for committing the time to be with us today, and for their efforts to advance carbon dioxide removal in Congress and at the state level. And I want to offer special thanks to my colleague, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary Jen Wilcox. Jen has been an absolutely driving force for carbon dioxide removal at DOE and for many, many years before she joined the department. And finally, as we all know, there's always somebody whose responsibility it is to make an event like this a success. So just a huge thanks to Cyrus Keon on our DOE team for all of his work and bringing this together day after day. Really appreciate it, Cyrus. I hope you all come away from this event today with a real appreciation of the full scale and scope of the Department of Energy's efforts in partnership with other agencies to develop, demonstrate, and deploy carbon removal technologies. And I hope you're inspired by this effort across federal government and the fact that it's reinforced by growing interest, commitment, and resources from industry, key stakeholders, and communities across our nation. Finally, I hope that at what is admittedly a very challenging time right now, you have a sense of optimism about this historic opportunity provided by the bipartisan infrastructure law. This is the most important energy and climate legislation in a generation. It's providing, as you've heard today, over $62 billion for DOE overall, $12 billion in funding for carbon management broadly, and roughly $4 billion for direct air capture and other carbon removal strategies. Thanks to this legislation, we're well positioned to have globally transformative carbon dioxide removal projects in the pipeline. And for the first time, the infrastructure law significantly expands traditional research and development to encompass the actual large-scale demonstration and deployment of these technologies, taking them out of the lab and into society and the market. This means that we'll have CDR technologies reaching commercial scale over the next decade, allowing us to ramp up carbon removal between now and mid-century to tackle the hardest to decarbonize sectors of our economy and eventually removing legacy CO2 emissions from the atmosphere. But as you've heard in the last panel and previously, this is not just about technology innovation. It's also about measurably improving people's lives and the communities they live in, especially those communities whose citizens have borne a disproportionate burden of pollution and inequity for generations. And it's about opportunity, the opportunity to maintain and create high quality jobs that pay above prevailing wages, and most importantly, support families, entire communities, and regions. The department's forthcoming $3.5 billion funding opportunity announcement for large-scale regional direct air capture hubs and a whole host of other carbon management programs will include specific guidance to applicants regarding how to incorporate community engagement, environmental justice and equity, and quality jobs and workforce development into projects that are supported by DOE. And it was noted earlier, applicants will be scored on these economic, social, and environmental considerations. To sum up, what we're doing on carbon dioxide removal for the carbon negative shot is transformational for our climate, for workers, and for our communities across this country. In closing, I want to reiterate Secretary Granholm's call this morning for an all hands on deck effort. From industry, research institutions, communities, NGOs, labor unions, and state, local, and tribal governments. We need your passion, your commitment, but above all, your engagement and action. My colleague Noah highlighted earlier ways to get involved in some of the tools that we've developed to learn about the infrastructure bill and related programs through DOE and the funding that they provide. I hope you'll take advantage of these resources and choose to get involved if you haven't already. Thank you again for joining us today. We look forward to working with you as we move ahead to implement the Carbon Negative Shot Initiative. So thanks again, and I will now turn it over to Noah to close.
Thanks so much, Brad, and thank you for your leadership on this. And folks, that's a wrap on the first ever Carbon Negative Shot Summit. Excited to continue the conversation with everyone through listening events and other summits later this year and next. And we'll turn it over to the team and say goodbye, everyone.